What? Jesus fucking Christ. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, what are you doing here? You can hear a willow? Oh my god. This is a really great update. I'm so glad that I got this forced update on my fucking computer so that way nothing works at all. Really cool. It's like the best update. It's like I have to click on everything twice to get it to do anything. I'll click and then it like the mouse lags. Moving the mouse lags. Audio devices just shift in and out of being on or off. My microphone was just muting itself and then unmuting and then muting and then unmuting and muting and unmuting. This is like a really good update. Like really productive update. Really makes using the computer a lot easier. Fucking idiots. Yeah, the high-pitched whine was part of the troubleshooting test to detect the audio device. And then they wanted to contact support because that's all they could do was play a beep. They're like, let me put you in contact with an agent. Are you kidding me? Anyhow, welcome back from the ad break. Good timing. So I'm exhausted. I'm not going to get very much sleep, but at least it won't be so hot tomorrow. So that should help a little with the exhaustion. Also, like, you know, not eating all day while like being in extreme heat after not getting very much sleep and being on my feet the entire day after being basically atrophied in bed for months. It was a challenging day. Pretty challenging. But I survived it. My feet are killing me, but my legs are killing me, my back's killing me. But I'm still alive. I get to do it again tomorrow. For longer, too. Ideally. It's almost kind of a good thing that we were late because, I don't know if we could have, because Jerry was getting really worn out. He was getting really tired, too. I don't know if we could have done much longer. But you don't want to miss stuff, though, you know? It's like, it's a cool thing to be at. Like seeing like the drift racing, that was pretty cool, you know? So you don't want to like miss stuff, but at the same time, if you're dying, you're not really enjoying it, so. But yeah, I was saying earlier that those videos do seem to work now. Strangely. I'm not sure what changed, but. I'm proud of you for making it through today, Princess. You super well going out in the blistering heat like you did. Thank you. Coffee, sorry. I appreciate that. I had to paint my nails on the trip over there, so They didn't turn out so great. So I'm trying to fix them. At least I was skinny enough to wear that bikini top. I was a little concerned about it when I gorged myself on cheeses yesterday instead of eating dinner. But then I skipped dinner, so guess that counts. But now tomorrow, I'm probably going to cover myself up more. Because it's going to be colder. But not like cold, it's going to be a high of 72. So, I'm not sure how I should dress for that. Because 72 is not hot, you know, but it's not like super warm either because it's the high. The high is 72, which means it's going to be like in the 60s, you know what I mean? For most of the day and evening. But the high will be 72. It'll hit 72 at some point. So I'm like, do I want to wear like a skirt or shorts? I should probably wear tennis shoes again because I'm going to be on my feet all day. So, I don't know. But you guys can check out those videos if you want. They're very short. And I didn't know if it was working half the time, so I don't really say anything worthwhile. But it was live action Willow. Do you have alarm set for when you need to be up? Is your phone charged? Yes, and it won't matter. That was why I was stressed out. Because no matter what I do, I seem to have some sort of self-defeating personality disorder or something, where I always have to fail when it matters most. I don't want to think about it. Anyhow. But I did wash my hair tonight because it was so sweaty and gross. I was just going to rinse off, but I was like, you know, if I wash my hair tonight, then I won't have to do it tomorrow. So now all I have to do is just kind of maybe do some touch-up shaving if I choose to wear shorts or whatever. Or maybe like shave my armpits or something if I want to. I don't know. Depends on what I wear. I might not have to shower at all if I don't, you know, because I just showered tonight. But we'll see. Even on slut walks in colder temperatures, you should wear something cute and provocative. Oh, okay. Do you think that skirt I got you would be a good fit for the GP? Yeah, I was thinking about wearing that actually. And just if I do wear that, then wearing a crop top might prove to be chilly. But if you think I should do it anyways, then I'll do it anyways. Because while I have done slut walks before at colder temperatures, they weren't for 12 hours. You know what I mean? But it won't be like cold, you know, it's not even going to get like below the 60s. It'll be fine. So, doesn't really matter what I wear, probably. So I could dress provocatively, I guess. I don't know if it'd be like bikini top weather. That might be a bit much. But maybe like a crop top or something with the skirt. Or like just a bra, I don't know. Or just topless, it's probably fine. Alright. Black and white nails are starting to look a little bit better. Now I get to clear coat them, and then they'll look even better. Okay. Trying to think of what crop top I would wear with that. That's a tough one. Bloop-a-loop. Maybe you could wear something with long sleeves that still shows off your tummy if you have anything like that. Yeah, I do. I have stuff like that. I could do that maybe. I have a white shirt, but it's kind of old. So like the armpits look a little yellow, you know? Just kind of gross, but and it is very, very thin, so that'd be helpful. I have this really slutty gray shirt that's long sleeve and basically see-through. I feel like most of the long sleeve shirts I have are see-through. It's interesting. Unless they're sweatshirts, which I have very few of. But the black and white would match my nails. And I'll be wearing those black tennis shoes probably. Things that make you go, Hee is tomorrow a see-through shirt and no bra kind of day. It's starting to sound like it. What do you mean no bra? What do you mean see-through no bra? Where did that part come from? I'd have to wear a bra. There's like kids and stuff. Not that they don't like suck on tits, you know. But apparently after you're done sucking on them, you're not supposed to see them ever again. Strangely. Very strangely. Very strange priorities humans have. Baby suck on nipples is not a big deal. That's what I said. Yep. I think my tits look better with a bra though, because they look like more shapely and like bigger. So like, I don't know. I probably want to wear a bra. Because then I'm more inviting, in my opinion. Like there's this girl there who had like these really nice looking tits. And like really tight shirt and short shorts. And I was like, how do you do that? She looked pretty good. She was a little bit older too, but she looked really good. And I was like, I wonder if those are fake tits. Probably. Wish I had fake tits. Like if it could be like 32D, that'd be hot. Yep. And then I'd probably go around without a bra all the time. Like my friend does. She regularly goes around without a bra and panties. And she's around a 32D, I believe. I think they look pretty good when you're not wearing anything. How do you know? Oh, wait, you do know. I forgot. Embarrassing? Okay. Oh my god, I showed you my tits. Wow. GG's ad break. GG's. I can't believe you don't like my ads. That's how I pay my bills. Oh wait, I can't pay my bills. Maybe one day I can pay my bills with ads. Stupid. I really hate ads too. I hate that I have to play them, but like that's like the easiest way to get the money. Sadly. Okay, this looks a lot better. I have to let that dry though. Oh yeah, that's like superior. I might have to do some touch up here though. Maybe. We'll see. I have no problem watching them, they're just frustrating. Yeah, I know. Because of the timing. Always. They always interrupt me when I'm doing things. And when you guys are doing things or watching something and then like, oh, there's an ad. Great. Yep. I know. There's never a good time for ads. Yeah, exactly. Well, my legs are still pretty smooth from, I didn't know how much more sun I wanted to put on them, but because I shaved. But I had like, my razor was getting really dull. Like I need to do blades, but like, because they're like replacement blades for the razor. But they're kind of expensive, right? Like to me. I think it's like 25-ish dollars. I want to say 25 for like 6 blades or something, you know? For like 6 replacements. So I like try not to go through them too fast. And unfortunately the razor was like pretty dull. and it did like a terrible job. And like I had to like shave over the same spot like 12 times to like get the hair. So my legs have like these bumps and stuff on them, and I'm like, oh, great. And then they got exposed to the sun all day, so it's like kind of want to give my legs a break. But it won't be too hot of sun tomorrow. I'll wear sunblock again. The sunblock helped a lot, so I can just do that. Just wear the skirt and like, what did I wear with it last time? Oh, that green top. That's right, because I went out for St. Patrick's Day. What the hell? Those are some outrageous razor priced. Really? How much are razors usually? Sunblock will definitely be your friend. Yeah, it definitely was today. Oh my gosh. I like reapplied it a couple times and like, yeah, definitely needed it. Most def. These are relatively smooth. This one feels relatively not smooth. This one feels okay. Well, you have seen my face. How often does it look like I use a razor? That's true. Oh, maybe shave your balls with them, you know? Do you shave your balls? Because if not, you should start shaving your balls. I've shaved balls before, and I was quite good at it. If I do say so myself. It's a point of pride. And guys are pretty nervous when you start taking a knife to their balls. They're like, oh god. But I did it. Mm-hmm. If I had someone's mouth to put them in, I'd probably shave more frequently. That's good. Oh, while suggesting it. Because, I'd still, like, want to do that kind of stuff, but, like, when a guy's not shaved, or at least trimmed or something down there, and then I start to do it as, like, kind of a really big distraction and kind of a turn off, you know? And if I get turned off while doing something that should be turning me on, it's kind of, like, hard to give it my all, give it my best, you know? I kind of just go through the motions to get it done with, as opposed to enjoying the process, which means getting into it, which means he enjoys it way more because I'm totally into it. But, like, otherwise, I'm not, so. Mm-hmm. Usually good policy. I think most girls are probably, well, I don't know. I don't know how most girls are. I would assume that's how it would be. Could be wrong, though. Alright, this one needs more. I wouldn't feel comfortable doing a whole lot with someone without being shaved, honestly. Mm-hmm. Me too. Even if I just have like some prickles down there, like if I've shaved like a couple days ago, I'm like, yeah, I don't really want you to touch me because I'm not, shaved bald right now. I'm not like totally smooth. I don't want you to get poked by my spikies. Makes me like self-conscious, or at least it used to back when I used to do stuff. And now I'm a monk. Can girls be monks? I actually don't think so. What a patriarchal world we live in. Okay, this one is relatively smooth, but I guess I'll add more to it just in case. Some people like bushes, but each their own, I suppose. Yeah, some people do. That's why I didn't want to say it as like a general statement, but like, I would think that more girls would be into doing it if it's like, you know, cleaner feeling to do. Because when you start getting like hairs up in your mouth, like, especially scraggly hairs, like, it's not really too fun. Because they're like coarse hairs too, you know? There's not like they're soft hairs. Anyhow, not sure I've heard of female monks before. Yeah, I don't think it's a thing. Nope. This one needs some more too. I do need to decide on an outfit though. I was thinking about wearing that skirt, so I could wear that. That'd be fine, I think. And I definitely like that skirt a lot. Although, it could snag easily. And I might also have to sit on things that are kind of not the cleanest. Like sitting on that grass that I was on in one of my videos, or sitting on the ground on the pavement, which is basically just like the sidewalk. I might not want to do that to it. And if you had to wear no bra or panties tomorrow, which would you choose? Am I wearing a skirt? Or am I wearing like shorts or jeans? Because that's a pretty big factor. A skirt and see-through. Why's it gotta be a see-through top? Aw. I don't know. That's a tough one because both of them are bad. I guess. Because, you know, it does get a little windy sometimes, like when the cars are going by and stuff. It's like, can't really, like, have a skirt without panties on there. But if it was a see-through top, then, like, you wouldn't even need the wind. You could just see my titties. But seeing my titties is less severe than seeing my vagina, so. I don't know. I guess no bra, probably. eyes are killing me. It sounds so cute when you're trying to answer me, princess. Thank you, sir. Nails look 100 times better. Good. Good, 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 good. I actually might have to shower in the morning just to get the excess paint off the skin, though. I should shower anyways, because I should, like, touch up the armpits and stuff. And crotch. Mm-hmm. I have a massive erection right now. That's funny. Erections? That's pretty funny. It's funny that's what it's called too, like it was erected. Oh my god, ads. Welcome back from the ad break. Fantastic timing as always. As always. But welcome back. I just thought erection's a funny word. It's like you erected it, like you're erecting a building, you know? Like as a building grows, like it's like the penis was erected, like, you know, like there's like blueprints and stuff, and they like built it layer by layer. Let me erect this penis. Shove your erection down my throat? Yeah. That'd probably feel really good. I would imagine. I don't know. Does it like hurt though? Because it's like tight? Because it's like pretty sensitive, like the spot that's like ramming into a tight area is like the head of the penis, which is like a pretty sensitive spot. So you probably can't like ram too hard or it would hurt, right? What helps though is laying the girl on her back with her head hanging over the side of a bed. That helps a lot because it straightens out the throat. So that way it can just enter straight as opposed to like having to go through the bend, you know? Oh, Jasmine knows. You know about these things? You naughty fucker. I didn't know you knew about that, Jasmine. You're very experienced. Very, very experienced cat. I love you. Thank you for not peeing on my bed while I was gone. But yeah, if my nipples were pierced, that'd be like even better for a see-through top. Pierced like with piercings, not like the other, like the, not like what we do. Hi. eyes hurt. Ga-ga-goo-goo. 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 Trying to think what other long sleeve crop tops I have. I could turn a long sleeve shirt into a crop top. I have wool crop tops, but they're like wool sweaters, like that are crop tops. It's kind of strange. Hi. I can wear a button-up shirt that I like tie around my waist. That's kind of a crop top. Or just wear a bikini top again. I don't know. I'll probably get cold though. Calm down, Jess. Calm down. Well, coffee hasn't said anything since shove your erection down my throat. It was like 5 minutes ago. You think you passed out, Jasmine? Because I'm only staying up to talk to him now because my nails are done and pretty much dry. So if coffee's asleep, I have no reason to be awake here. Oh shit, I gotta do logins. I forgot all about my logins. Oh my god. Wow, that's bad. Not very much time for him. I should probably just do the logins and skip the viewer ads. I only have 25 minutes. I'm assuming about 3 minutes per account. That's all of the time, just logging in. So gives us more time to dry the nails, I guess. Jasmine agrees. Alright, well, coffee's asleep, I guess. Meow. Whoa, 52,000 viewer points. Nice. Hi, Jasmine. Barbecue sauce. 10 days, huh? Meow. You funny. Funny looking. The most ghetto keyboard ever right now. Everything's falling apart and shit's just taped on here. Oh my god, and it was still wrong. That feels a lot better. So does that. Good. Good, good, good. What's wrong, Jazz? Where did Bloop go? Bloop came in and said hi and then passed out, I think. They already passed out on me, Jasmine. And I'm the one who's supposed to be asleep. Fuck. Right? I know. Meow, meow. Mm-hmm. So for everybody else listening, I'm going to be finishing up these logins here shortly. And then I'll put the video back on, and I'm going to go to sleep. Because I have to wake up in like 4 hours. Ugh. Terrible. Hmm? What's wrong, Jess? Mm-hmm. Think so? Mm-hmm. Jess, stop. Mm-mm. This cat, I tell you. It's always causing chaos. Jasmine. Okay, I'm gonna mute myself here. Just a moment.
Ad Astra Abyss. Enemy, they play these pretty, AoE centric, but it's very hard to miss their abilities, and they execute their team plan very well.
Honestly, I don't even think it was Cuvo's fault. I think Cuvo played brilliantly. He had such great executes that game, and
Yes.
he really was doing his part. It really came down to the rest of the team. Trixink was getting picked off a lot. We had some really good Capri pulls onto the Bacchus, and so maybe he needed to get a beads for himself, something of that sort. And then, of course, came a lot down to Zeliak, who couldn't quite get his presence known in the fight nearly as much as Salt Machine did.
All right, folks. Well, it's time for game number 2 in our first semifinal matchup of the day. Of course, if you're just joining us here, Enemy is looking really good against Paradigm. They're going to be up 1-0 in the series, but it's time for game 2. Let's start the... All right, folks, here we go. Game 2 as we kick things off, and let's see how the first wave of bans go. I mean, we did see Bologna and Xing10 get taken out in that first matchup there, which resulted in a very interesting solo lane matchup. Soul is going to be the first one to go for Enemy.
I dislike Paradigm lost the last game, so they have taken the second pick option, which I am not a big fan of because I really feel I need to get rid of Saket. But now, if they get rid of Saket, then either, well, Xing has just been banned, which means Bologna is going to get through. So now they have to deal with either Salt Machine's Bologna or just Saket, and either one of those things is not pretty.
I mean, yeah. Because does Cuvo play Circuit ever?
He does, yeah. He has had a strong Saket in the past, so maybe that's what they're going to do, Out of EU, QVO probably one of the more signature Saket players. So maybe that's the plan, let it go through and then just take it over themselves.
So then are they trying to bait out the Circuit picks or Bologna picks? They get Circuit. Is that even worth it? Is it worth to give up the Bologna for the Circuit pick?
Maybe they just ban it out, ban the Bologna, and then will they first pick Saket?
That's a
Are
great
they willing
question.
to?
We know Enemy's been leaning a lot towards that Kepri. They've been loving to get these Guardians going up front. I wouldn't mind seeing some more heavily like Geb type flavor from Paradigm too. We saw the last game that they lost a lot because they didn't have any peel. Everybody on the team was trying to go in all at once, and we're going to see the Athena banned away from Pain because there's no reason to give them this most.
So here's my thing too, right? Zhang, Kepri, Bologna. These are Enemy's pretty. There are 3 most coveted picks outside of. Sorry, Zhang, not Jing. Excuse me. So Bologna's going. Are Paradigm going to take away the Kepri here? I feel like they have to.
I would say Kepri Saket would be the way to play it, but Kepri does do quite well against Saket, so maybe they can just let Saket go if they feel comfortable.
It's kind of strange though. We're talking about these picks for Paradigm. Kepri Circuit doesn't feel very Paradigm, does it?
At all.
Something, yeah. They're hovering over a Sobek right now. That feels so much more Paradigm than Kepri Circuit does. So it seems that they want to keep playing their own style, and they're not going to transfer to Enemy. And Sobek go on you. That is the pinnacle of Paradigm.
That Guan Yu is going support. That's going to be Trix Tank. I'll be really excited to see if we're going to see the Hog come out again. But Sobek is just, that's the matchup against Bologna, right? You can tail whip, knock her out of her bludgeon, and it's something that you should, stay even with, if not win early on.
So this is such a Paradigm draft, they're going for the spicy picks that regularly, you don't really see them get picked at all, never mind in the top 2. But what I dislike about this is that Enemy are like, I can guarantee they're like, what are they doing? We're getting exactly what we want here. We want Ajongbi, we want Kepri, this is perfect.
This is exactly what the 3 top gods I expected out of them outside of the Jing and the Soul lane. Jablanque hovered, but I mean, that's looking pretty late game, though.
I like the Xiblanque for the map control. His ultimate is one of the most underrated ultimates in the game. Not being able to see as far as the presence for initiation goes is absolutely incredible. And we're going to see Paradigm ban out the Hun Bats here, so that means Circuit is still on the board. Perhaps they're going to be leaning towards it to grab it here. They should have the next pick, but I mean, do you really want to even risk it?
Enemy are in a position where they can get the exact same draft as last time, but better. They get a Bologna instead of an Osiris. Paradigm clearly have something up their sleeves for this. They're doing this on purpose, but I'm scared for them.
If I was Enemy right now, all I can think is, man, we are
Chiron
feeling
Serket.
good.
Chiron Serket, yeah.
Yeah,
Run
why
it back
not?
with a Bologna. What could go wrong?
It's such a brilliant
This is an
draft.
enemy draft. It's perfect.
Serket's also very good against Kronos, too. He can just burst him before he can even get his ult off.
Neath, one of Vedium's most comfortable picks. We see that coming out. That was one of his picks he loved at the Super Regionals. Nothing wrong with that right now. They don't need a super hyper carry. Loki, though,
No,
that's
Nah, they're not doing that. They're just messing.
I love how you see that and immediately just say, nah, it's not happening. Yeah, it's kind of hovered on now for too long.
Outquang, I mean, that's actually a reasonable pick.
It's actually very good against Sobek, too.
Similar style to Serket, you know, he has that. He's basically magical Serket. He gets in the back line, picks one target off, and goes through it. But it
let's
has
be
to be Serket.
This is the Worlds tournament. You're not going to spice it up right now. You're going to pick what's been working for you, and what's been working for them has been that Serket.
Here's the thing with me in this draft. I don't know what Paradigm's thinking because that's what we've been talking about. Enemy is so good at drafting, and you give them the exact same lineup that they've been winning with since Super Regionals. They have to have some game plan heading into this.
We look at Paradigm's draft. Do you think that's an EU team draft or a Chinese team draft? Be honest.
I think it's
like,
a bad draft.
Yeah, it's a very interesting, very unique setup. All right, who do you think's taking game 2, guys?
Enemy.
Enemy.
I still have faith in Paradigm. I'm going Paradigm.
You know what? I have to go with enemy, just because.
Traitor.
I just feel like they got exactly what they wanted. All right, here we go, guys. Hope you all are hyped up in the house. It is time for game number 2. Let's go ahead and toss it over to our casters.
You know, right away, thanks a lot, Golden Boy, by the way. But right away, I want to talk about this.
Golden Boy?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought it was A-Rock.
I thought it was Donatello. But either way, right now, we're looking at these picks and bans. Everybody's talking about enemy. You got to think about the players specifically. I'm looking at this Paradigm lineup. I know exactly who's going to play what. I know how happy they are to play these characters, and I think that they feel comfortable enough to bring win in game number 2.
This is one of those things of EU versus NA meta is what I want to say here, because I'm pretty sure everyone at home is like, enemy has a very good composition here, but Paradigm, they're comfortable with what they have too.
I like what Enemy's doing. They're just doing what works, and it looks like we're getting into game here. Enemy versus Paradigm. Game 2!
There it is.
All right, Rock, calm down. You're still my job, you carrying like that.
Slot Machine going to go ahead and take Bologna into the solo lane. But yeah, right down the line. We've got Kivo Fred on the Snaja, Solo Beck for Zelia, Lobster on a Kronos, Trix Tank and Funball making up the long lane with this Guan Yu Shibalanki combo. I've seen every one of these players play these gods in dire, straight situations. Paradigm feels so comfortable.
They feel comfortable, but they've got the pressure on them early on in this game. The Sobek and Nejar are going to have a little bit of a harder time clearing the jungle at the beginning of the game. I mean, it is a Serket, but still, there's a chance for invasions here, Aro.
Yeah, we'll see about invasions. I think they're just going to both start at standard again. They just did the same thing. They group up as 5 just to ward. I don't think they're really looking for a pick. If a team makes a mistake, they're going to be able to get a pick, but they're just looking to ward with the 5-man group up.
How do you feel about the Chaos going for the power pot at the start of this game there? He's gone purple pot, he's now out with it. Is this just going to help him in the lane? Speed things up just because, you know, they've got that jungler that's going to be a little bit slower in Serket clearing the wave.
Yeah, I think they want the purple pot on Chaos just for the clear and just so they could get to mid camps easier. He also did it last game, which helped him a lot in the early game. He's not laning against Janus this time, so we'll see what's going to happen.
One more time, we're taking a look at where Trix Tank's going, and again, it's the Hog. And I like how Incon put it before. It's not good, it's bad, but when it works, who's going to tell you it's bad?
Well, they've got to focus down Trix Tank in every engagement before they can do it. This is old school Smite with the Hog 3. You used to see this all the time. Where's the support? Kill the support. But on the right-hand side, early invade looking for the blue buff. Notice how enemy didn't do their speed buff there. They did their own blue, rotated straight up to have that fight at that blue buff and stopped Sobek, the one that really needs this blue, from getting it.
That's huge, yes. Sobek's mana is very, very minimal in the early game. It looks like Nejar's rotating in.
Kivo Fred in some trouble, but a great stun stops enemy from really dealing damage. Sobek into Kivo. Salt Machine falls for the first blood, going the way of the Europeans.
I saw this play against China. China did the same thing and didn't think. Left-hand side aggression again. And look at that. Funballer going in, putting some extra damage on.
No fear.
Archers are doing good work though on Vishen, returning good poke. That was not a good decision from Funballer. It didn't pay off.
Yeah, that time it really didn't. The no fear is, I like the no fear, but you got to remember how dangerous these minions can be.
Talk about
early
danger
on.
though. That attempt for the blue buff really hurt the boys of Enemy. I don't know why they did that. Chaos knew that he was going over there. Lobster, the call must have been there that Lobster was coming, and they still went in.
And Kronos has a purple pot as well, so the 3 came out and just destroyed them.
On top of that, Nijar getting that early kill is going to help him
Look
out
at
this
this.
jungle. Now it's the return for Paradigm.
This is what I was talking about during the picks and bans. You just can tell how comfortable Paradigm are right now. They're not afraid of anything. They're in enemy's jungle more than their own, and we haven't even reached minute 2.
And look at Zayla, he's freezing the wave, making Salt Machine lose XP. They just did that so he could get the lane slower. It was great play coming out by Zayla.
Pressure in the mid lane coming out from Paradigm. They're just pushing that one in. Meanwhile, back in the duo, relatively even backwards and forwards there. But over on that right-hand side as well, keep an eye on how this game's going to play out for Cuvo Fred, because his ultimate is going to be very important. He can take Chaos out of the fight on Jean-Qui, which is one of the reasons you look to pick the Nijar, take him out when he uses ultimate. On top of that, it's very difficult to use the ultimate of Capri at the landing time of a Nijar. So you could potentially get him in a bit of a bad spot.
Also, not for nothing, flipping the tables around on that one, Hinduman. You could Naja ult the Kepri, and while Kepri's stuck in the air, burst somebody down, and Kepri can't ult while he's being hit in the face.
And that's the big key here with this composition. It's good sustained dot damage coming out from Enemy. Meanwhile, across the way, a little bit more burst heavy with Lobster on that Kronos in the mid lane and the Sobek.
And I also like seeing Cuvo playing this Naja. In Ranked, I've been playing, and he's been playing a lot of Naja in Ranked. This is a character he's been practicing a ton, and it's great to see him pulling it out in this world.
Well, we were waiting to get to the semifinals to see what the extra picks would be that we've not seen too much of just lately. Najat had a little bit of fun in the SPL, but not towards the end now in this current meta. I expected more Mercury so far, but we've still not seen that.
Yeah, I did expect a little bit more Mercury, to be completely honest with you. Vicium's going to go ahead and root Trix Tank, who heals himself up.
I have a feeling we're going to see some Mercury later between the Cloud9 and Epsilon boys. Adapting and Anister both love that guy, and they're both extremely good at it.
That, of course, is the semifinal match that's going to come up after this one, both of which are best of 5s. Right now, Paradigm trailing to Enemy 1-0. We're in game number 2, and right now Paradigm, I mean, they have 1 kill already, but we saw the same thing happen in game 1. They were off to a quick start, but were unable to finish it.
They're in a better position last game too, but their composition's a little bit different. But look at this, Cuvo coming over, putting the pressure on, didn't use his ultimate there, just sashed in and forced Salt Machine to back away.
Great play by Zayla there. He was in trouble, but the pluck saved him. He plucked away, and he also threw a just back. And we got a fight in the duo lane over here.
Trix ain't caught out. Half HP, thanks to Pain Devion's grab, but now Funball playing aggressive. He's going to go chase out, and now everybody's separated. Support, and Hunter. Trix Tank forced up on the horse. He's going to run away, but that is a win for Enemy.
I think they were worried they didn't see Bologna on the map was the key thing there. She was back, and with Chaos rotating in, they didn't know if Bologna had gone back and got teleport or was just rotating all the way to that fight. Could have been an awkward moment. So using that ult there looked a bit ridiculous, but he had the idea behind it.
It's the lack of information, and, you know, better safe than sorry.
No, I think Trix had to alter. The World Weaver is getting charged. If he didn't ult, he would have fell for sure.
With the Jean-Qui coming in as well, would have caused a big issue for him. So Purple Buff does finally go to Enemy on their left-hand side there. No more contest from Paradigm.
Easy plays right now for now. Enemy right now, as we said, this is pretty much, again, a very similar composition to how they picked last game, and it's going to be the same sort of idea. This early game is... It's always important, right? But it's a little bit less important when you're really looking at these gods that want to perform it later on in the game with more and more items. So Enemy's fine with this 1-0, 5 minutes in.
Really good work from Zalia there, cancelling out the bludgeon and continuing the pressure. Going to try and force the ultimate here, potentially from Salt Machine. Will he get it? Yes, he will.
Beautifully timed.
Well timed by Salt Machine, yes. Very, very right, well, perfect.
Yeah, he knew he was going to cancel it a little bit early, so that's why he ulted a little bit early. Just perfect timing coming out of Salt Machine. Just great play to see out of both of these players.
Yeah, that really goes to show you where we're at. And solo lane, we were talking to Zapman before, he mentioned that Omega always mentions how mental that solo lane is and how you have to get into each other's heads, and that's exactly what was going on there. Both players are in each other's minds.
Especially with that first kill going the way of Paradigm as well onto Salt Machine. Salt Machine had a very good game last game. You can see that they tried to focus him over in that solo lane last game as well. And they find out, and here he is again. Cuvo going to take him straight up, but he's got no ultimate to get away from this time around. But do they have the first damage?
That's the combination that you're looking for, and that's why Cuvo forced out the ultimate before, so that they can get the kill right here.
Big heal.
Cuvo Fred, number 2.
Oh, imagine if that was old Nijar. That was a dead Nijar, but the new heal coming through to save his life. But look at this. Justice here has a blink available, but not going to get in range with that ambush, luckily. the back happened.
Again, calculation, that all of that in your head, ultimate v ultimate type situation. Paradigm wrote it down in their notebooks, came right away before it came up, and that's why Bologna took a spill.
We just got a Guan ult forced out by enemy. It was kind of a good trade. It's still a win for enemy. They got Guan Yu ult for nothing, pretty much. Payton was taking a lot of damage. It looked like they were going to fight, but then they saw Zhang come, so he just retreated with
How is the Guan versus Khepri matchup, support versus support? Because on paper, it seems that could go either way, just because Guan's so aggressive, can shred the protections, and also has the heal, so that dot that Khepri puts on will help him. But then Khepri, well, he's got the silence and the root.
I feel it really depends on the hunter, because it depends where the minions are at in the lane.
Okay.
If they're in the middle, Khepri's going to win, and if you're pushing a Guan in, they're going to win. But if you have a hunter that's stronger, like Neith, with the Guan Yu, you'll be able to push him in, and Guan Yu is going to be able to do whatever he wants. It's going to be hard for Trix to do stuff this game because it's a Shablanca in his lane, and Shablanca doesn't really have that great of push.
And it's funny when we get to the team fights, we're going to see a different aspect to Paradigm. Last time they went for this big AoE composition of burst a single target with executes. Well, this time they're splitting the damage. We're going to see Trixtank go to the back line. Zalia and Cuvo can also split targets, and that leaves Lobster and Funball just to support.
We're going to see the Trix hit the frontliners, actually, because he's
Trix
going
like
to be shredding their protections, and that's what Guan Yu's best at, yeah.
So you'll be looking for the Neef to chase it down, because like Guan pretty good at chasing the Neef consistently.
Yeah, he's going to try to force people's movement abilities like backflips and stuff, but after his ult's down, he's going to go run straight to his
Straight to
back
heal.
line and help hit the front line
Especially
pretty
with
much.
the heal as well coming out.
Yeah, exactly.
Heal all the time.
Yep.
Well, we've been channeled. It looks like we may see through it all, but look at that Funballer with the ultimate at the right sort of time, I think, to help defend the potential of that one firing across, one of the little intricacies that you don't always see.
Yeah, we're getting a little, it looks like both these teams, they want to fight, but they want to fight safely. They really don't want to be too risky in this situation.
We actually see across the back, you can see the ults were used by both Zalia and Salt Machine over there, so clearly there was a little contest going on between those two once again, and both the Hunters wanted to get involved, and Funballer, well, he got involved at the right time, because I don't know how Zalia would have fared.
Can we see Golden Hand? I want to see how close Zalia is to his Breastplate of Valor. He's probably extremely close. He's still pretty far away. He's about halfway there. Once he gets that online, it's going to be very hard for Salt Machine to fight him. He's already down 0-2. Once Salt Machine finishes his Stone of Gaia, it's going to help him a lot, but Zalia is going to have the upper hand in the power spike once he finishes his Breastplate of Valor.
What I want to see from Cuvo Fred this game, though, is he got off to a great start. Last game, he's off to a good start again at 2-0. This game on the Najjar, he needs to follow through with it this game. He went for the tanky build on Thanatos, but they just couldn't make it work for them. With the Najjar, though, more of a hyper carry in the later stages, obviously, so let's just see if he can follow this through. But look at Adjust on the left here.
Oh yeah, completely different characters, this Najjar versus Thanatos. I love to watch players switch back and forth between just polar opposites right there. Thanatos is just sort of a build him tanky, cooldown reduction, and go for it. Najjar, on the other hand, is all about building damage.
Yeah, Najjar just finished his pen, and Surcat doesn't have his pen yet, so if they fight here, Paradigm's stronger because they have 10 pen on their side, and they're definitely power spiking a little bit better than enemy right now.
A little bit caught out, but it is a Surcat, so he will quickly dance away from that one.
Look at that damage coming out of Kronos. That's really good poke.
Well, this was a good setup for the Gold Fury to start. Visham knows this is going on. You'll see the reinforcements of enemy coming around. Look at Chaos'
They have a hog, remember.
Swinging around the side as well. Cuvo got a little bit of poke there, but he can heal that back up. Plus, he's got Guan and Lobster. Beads forced onto Lobster, so he's going to have to back away as well for now. Pain now zoning them away from it, and it looks like we'll see a reset again from enemy. Paradigm want to do this, though, because they've had this hog.
Yeah, Paradigm really wants to force this as well because they probably see what items they have. They have more powerful items. They have a stronger power spike right now. So if Paradigm forces a fight, they can win this. But they got to be careful how much damage they take from Gold.
Going in.
Guan's going in.
He's going to go on the cavalry charge onto Visham, holds the backflip to the last second. Meanwhile, Chaos is now isolated, taken to the sky from Najjar. As soon as he uses his ultimate, they're going to burst in when he lands. Can they? No. The ultimate from Khepri's there.
Cuvo Fred very low, and it just jumps right on top, takes him down, and then zigzags the support. That's a double kill for the jungler on the side of enemy. Visham barely gets out, and Funball makes sure that's not gonna happen. 3-on-2 right here. Credit to enemy, and Salt Machine makes it a 3-on-1.
Salt Machine did good work there as well. Zalia was chasing down Visham on low health, but Funballer found the kill, and it was a nice work for enemy once again. Check out those gold and experience. You can see it's starting to climb again.
Yeah, Just was crazy in that fight. He was just zigzagging all over the place, taking people out left and right, double kill for him. Really great plays coming out of Just right there.
Little bit of nervousness, though, coming out from Paradigm. I can see that in Trixtank. He's trying to push this too hard, I feel. Trixtank going in a little bit early before his team's in the right position. The call to switch to Chaos, though, who was coming on that Jean Kui, was very, very good. Good armor from Cuvo to take it out, but they tried to continue bursting when he landed instead of just potentially resetting because Khepri's ult was still available.
Yeah, I'm surprised Khepri's still in the game. I kept believe he made it through pick and ban. That's just crazy to me. Pain Diviande has been putting on a phenomenal performance on Khepri all tournament.
I think that's
and at Super Regionals too.
Yeah, that's the big thing for me. I mean, Xing Qian, I like that ban and I agree with that ban, but the Athena, I think in this situation, Pain is a good Athena and Khepri. Those are his two sort of go-tos. The Athena ban right here from Paradigm, I think we should switch that around. I think we ban the Khepri.
I think Pain's a really good Athena, but as a team, Enemy just plays so well with Khepri, and Pain knows how to play it extremely well also.
The funny thing is that Paradigm have come out with two different strategies to deal with the Khepri. They brought out Thanatos last time. This time they brought the Ninja to do the same sort of thing of split him away from being able to get these ultimates off or not make them effective.
I think they brought the Ninja more for taking the Zhang Kui out into the air while he's ulting. He did that last fight. That was really good, well by Cuvo Fred.
But I think everyone just hung in position there for the most part to just wait for him to land, try and burst him, and Khepri was sat there right and left-hand side once again. Tricks versus Pain Beyond. That's a battle backwards and forwards between these two all the time.
Yeah, these two supports are not quiet players, not quiet people, so they're definitely they're not going to shy away from the slap fight.
Played against each other before as well. I mean, over in Europe, Pain Divion did do a transfer to Europe for a while and played some teams there.
Exposed secrets.
Exactly. So he's played for Zalia as well. So
and Funball.
And Funballer. So he's been around. He knows these boys, does Pain Divion, as does Trick Tank. So those two know each other very well.
Pain Divion is actually the only player that has ever really switched from region to region.
What about me? I did it for 2 months, but I guess I didn't play in the SPL or anything like that.
Are you at Worlds?
No.
Worth noting,
but he said only player, and hey.
You know what, worth noting,
I'm sorry.
QE3Q, the player that we have on our analyst desk here from Brazil, he actually was a fantastic ranked player before we opened up servers down there. So there have been players that have done that are notable, but as far as on the big stage, really, it's just Pain Divion that has played for both NA and EU. So he's got a little bit of insight into both sides.
Pace slowed down a little bit here. Paradigm were the ones aggressing earlier on. They're looking for the Gold Fury, but the way Enemy defended that and then turned that fight around is made Paradigm take a back foot for a second or two. Still no Hog 3 finished for Tricks Tank there. He's probably going to be working for this breastplate of Valor that he really likes on the Guam.
Look at Cuvo Fred's farming. I was talking to Herwin the other day about this in Ranked. He was playing a lot with Cuvo Fred, and he just noticed how well he farmed at Nasia. Right now, he is top gold per minute. He's just doing a great job farming overall, and that's why Paradigm has the gold lead.
And that's above the solo laners as well. That's not an easy thing to accomplish, getting above solo laners who sit there all day and pretty much just farm religiously without any issues.
Najat is a lot of fun to farm with, to be honest with you, and it's pretty efficient because you throw the ring and the camp is basically cleared by itself. You hit a couple of basics and you've got a lot of movement speed. So Najat, with that movement speed built into his kit, allows him to rotate around the jungle a little bit faster, like a Suku, a Wheelish, or the adjust with the jumps on the Circuit.
Left harpies go the way of Enemy. Right one's due to spawn. They'll pick up the midway first of all, though, and it looks like we will see Paradigm in position for the right ones if they know they're available here. But it looks like we're going to see Lobster back, so I don't think we'll see a contest too much out of Paradigm here. If they do, could be a 3v2 and a bit of a risky business.
Yeah, Cuvo Fred just going for a ring toss there, not really wanting to full commit. Trick Tank tosses him a heel, walks away.
That route is so scary when you don't have vision. Paradigm has no vision, so if Pain just roots him like that, their first instinct is retreat backwards. So it just stones him out and gives Enemy a free mid camp.
Difference here on the builds as well. We can actually see Ninja Tabby be, hold that for Cubo's under pressure there, has to heal. And Adjust, though, just going to back away, not going to continue.
Smart.
They did get the heal off him, though.
Yeah, that was very smart by Adjust. If he went any farther, he would have got punished. And we might have seen other players in other regions and other junglers do that. And that's just really great knowledge by Adjust to not dive in.
Just strong discipline to not go for it, but that's ultimately a win because don't forget, that was a large heal. The way Najah's heal works, it's 20 basic attacks. That's not quick to build up. So by getting that heal off, that's a pretty win.
For me, I think he just wasn't sure where the rotations were coming from. Don't forget, Circuit's ult does reduce healing to 0.
No, yeah, for sure. I feel like, though, if he chased him, even if he ulted him, I think he still would have, he might have got the kill, but he would have also died for sure, in my opinion.
Put him in a rough spot. So 15 minutes in, and Chaos continuing to farm. I've got the spear online. Beads 1 as well for the time being. 0-0 and 3. Chaos having a very good tournament so far as well. He's been one of the standouts, and the fans have noticed that too at home. They've been, you can hear it in the crowd too when his name is said.
Another fight here in the solo lane. Salt Machine versus Azalea. Bludgeon not going to be interrupted. I like that. Salt Machine's holding the bludgeon until after the tail whip. It's a game of chicken.
It's also lack of mana on Zayli to be able to do anything about it too here, so he's going to have to base.
He couldn't tail whip him.
Yeah, couldn't tail. Well, even if he could, he still had the charge praise.
Yeah, he had just tail whipped the lane, so.
And he just charge prayed him, so I guess he couldn't stop it. So yeah, good use by Salt Machine to
And the big talking point is both these players in lane have been very, very well known for like dominating lane, being very strong in lane. But the weaknesses have come from both of these is rotating to the team fights and making an impact. Xaylia struggled against the Cyclone spin from early in the year just because Cyclone was much more influential in the team fight stage. Salt Machine, though, he's started to correct his issues as well. And he's turned up this tournament and at the SPL Super Regionals. He did very well there with his rotations and people are starting to take note.
Yeah, his team fights are just very, very strong. He plays characters like Bologna and Jing 10, and those are his most two well-known characters, and they're just great team fighters overall, and he plays them very, very well.
Junglers going to meet each other on the duo side, both looking for the same sort of idea of a gank. Funballer was pushed up there. Visham called over for a just to come and found Cubo waiting in the jungle too, so back to farming we go.
So look at the gold. The enemy kind of closed the gap. They've been farming extremely well.
Look how active everybody is here on the left-hand side. Paradigm wants to start looking for a Gold Fury. Again, they have this Hand of the Gods. They need to make it worthwhile.
It's only Hog 1, though, so it's not as much as you'd expect at this stage. I mean, you've got to be very careful with just the Hog 1. It's just decent damage, but it's
still a lot of damage. It does more than any other spell right now in the game on the other side of the team.
Look at that damage on the Pain from Kronos.
Salt Machine comes in with a bludgeon, though, doesn't get to use it as a tail whip. Comes out Lobster rewinds very early into an awkward position there. Pain Divione zoning away the rest of Paradigm, using the ultimate on himself. Meanwhile, the chaos is here, and Salt Machine will bring down Tricks like Pain finally falls down. Funballer is in the fight on the backside with Cubo. They're looking for Visham. Meanwhile, Xaylia doing a good job of getting beat down by Salt Machine, keeping him pinned. Salt could be in trouble.
Yeah, here's the rest of Paradigm. Salt Machine forced to jump over the wall, and that's exactly what Paradigm wanted. They're free to look at the gold.
Really good patience coming out of Salt Machine. If he ulted straight, they would have been able to catch up to him. He waited till he got to the red buff wall so he could ult over and get out for sure. And we also saw Funballer pick a stack up. He has 5 power, and they also picked up the Gold Fury, so Shablanka is going to become very strong in these next upcoming team fights.
Really good fight from Paradigm, though, because what they did, they split the opposition up. Pain Divione was doing a good job of zoning, but instead of getting impatient Paradigm and forcing Funballer and Cubo to come through, they waited and just beat him down. Then they turned up for the rest of the team.
And another thing to note is that Funballer's ult makes everybody blind. It's very hard for a Kepri player to get his ult off on the correct target, and he got low in that fight. He chose the right target on himself, but it made it very, very hard and awkward for Pain Divione to play that fight perfectly.
And last thing to note about how well that fight went for Paradigm, because everything worked out for them there, was the positioning of Lobster. Kronos, yes, he has the ultimate, but he can get in some trouble. Lobster spent his entire time sort of looking at the fight from the left-hand side, understanding he'd be able to catch up to Salt Machine as he came down, met up with him. They didn't get the kill, but they got the objective, which is pretty much more important.
That's what they need right now. That first Gold Fury, definitely a boon for the EU boys here after going down that first game to Enemy at the beginning of this one. And 19 minutes in, but we'll probably go back to farming a little bit more once again. I don't think anyone's going to try and run away with this just yet, Aurora.
Yeah, it looks extremely close. So both teams are playing extremely well in the team fights, and it's going to come down to really the next Gold Fury, I think, where the team's going to break away, or Enemy might just come back with the next gold. It really depends on how much kills they get in the next team fight.
Last game was really close between the two as well. It was generally came down to that one DSI that Paradigm got, and then they stuck around at the Fire Giant too long. Pain Divione did a good job of controlling that in the end and bringing it back for Enemy to win the game.
4 to 5 read the kills right now, and Paradigm, they're leading in that. They're also leading in the gold thanks to that last exchange, which resulted in the Gold Fury. 20 seconds shy of the 20-minute mark, and Paradigm are looking strong with this Kronos on their side, along with the Xbalanque. They are ready and waiting to go to the late game.
Look at Sobek's damage. He's been doing extremely well in these team fights. A lot of it's coming from the lane for poke damage, but in these team fights, he's been hitting really good ults, and he's also been hitting multiple people with his tail whip and his sickening strike, which is his 3. So
and it's not the easiest thing in the world to deal damage at the same time as make sure that's used for CC as well.
Yeah, you know what I really like, even more so than that amount of damage, Paradigm caught up a little bit in a pincer, but they're going to walk away and send Enemy packing. More interesting to me than the Sobek sitting up on top is how low a lot of the how similar everybody else's damage is. It's a interesting kill game in a situation where everybody's sort of doing equal amounts of work.
Look at this, both the Hunters have joined the middle lane here, looking to put pressure on a Paradigm. Visham turns up to defend, but not an opportunity for them. Paradigm take a tower in mid lane with a very nice, sweet rotation, and they're looking towards right here for that other tower.
Yeah, he plucked him. They could pick him off here, but he senses it and he's out.
I actually think this is more for the
Very
tower. They're
clean.
trying to abuse the fact that the Gold Fury is down so they don't lose anything left. Yeah, they may lose the tier 1 tower if Visham stayed, but Paradigm just gave themselves 1,000 gold across the map.
And this is also what Paradigm's composition does. Like, so this is a situation where Paradigm picks a lot of gods that they like to play and everything, but a side note of what Paradigm's comp does is how well they kill towers. Funballs and Hunter, no big deal. Lobster on this Chronos, he double dips. He's going to be killing these towers very, very fast. And people always forget how powerful Flaming Spear, Naja's steroid, is. He tears through these towers.
And this is one of the best things Paradigm's good at doing. They like to group up as 5 as a team and start taking out the tier 1 towers and tier 2 towers. They do this extremely well. When we scrimmed them at Super Regionals, our team was very, very bad at doing that. We learned a lot from Paradigm and how to group up as a team and take towers out one by one by one. And for them doing this makes them like a death ball, and it's very, very hard to break their ball because they have a Sobek. If anybody jumps in, Sobek's going to tail whip him out, and they just have a lot of damage to follow up with him as well.
It is a death ball, but it's also very good in the 1v1 department over there as well. If you look at the matchups in 1v1s, you could really see that they could take each other on and do a good job. I mean, Zaylee could just zone out Zaylee on Sobek can just zone out Bologna all day long on Top Machine. Meanwhile, you can see a Just versus Cuvo can go either way, but when that crit starts coming out from Cuvo, it's going to cause some issues.
Take a look at the builds right here on the side of where Paradigm is leading. The Winged Blade came out first on Naja. That's going to give him a little bit of utility waiting out the crit item. It's likely to be the Deathbringer. That's pretty much how you go for Naja to supplement that ultimate. He'll be able to deal even more damage with that. Look at where Trixtank, though, built that hand of the gods.
I was going to say,
it's now a fist of the gods.
He spent a lot into actives here. Full shell to deal with the Jean Kui, but going for the fist. Why is he going for the fist of the gods here?
I think he wants the fist to stop Kepri pull because that stops it.
Oh, of course.
We got a fight here.
Burst on Trix. He's going to get really hurt. The dot damage he's going to bring him down. A Just falls, and Zalia uses his ult to try and zone. But Zalia's in a bit of an awkward spot here as well. Gets rooted on the backside. Salt Machine dealing with 3. He's alone, though. Does have his Eagles rally. He's going to go in on it.
I love the play of the Lobster to bait Salt Machine into this fight. But now that Salt Machine has brought his friend Just, things have changed. Zalia's being chased out on the left-hand side. Enemy does not want to full commit. Their solo laner is down to about half HP. They have stuff on cooldown.
We saw right there, Cubo tried to go for the ult on Just, but he just slid right out of the way with his zigzag and
Paradigm's nowhere near here. This is a
they
free
can't do
gold
it.
here.
They lost one of their frontliners. Zalia's also very weak in this fight as well. It's very well played by Enemy to turn our second Gold Fury.
Yeah, again,
bringing it back towards even.
Strong discipline from Enemy. It would have been. We would have seen a lot of teams continue that fight and go for it, maybe lose a couple and be unable to take that Gold Fury. They lick their wounds, they take the Gold Fury, they look towards mid, but Paradigm
they're going to try to start a fight here.
Oh,
Oh, great route!
Visham.
Big route there after the
surprise.
backflip to make sure they couldn't follow up. Sobek definitely would have looked for the pluck there. It looks like Paradigm still want to try and push down mid, though. They're going to have a wave coming with them to look for the tier 2. Enemy need to go back to base quickly, but they've got a little bit of defense here still because Chaos is good health, as is Visham.
Yeah, that route was so important. If they weren't able to get that route off, there would have definitely been a team fight. I mean, look at this!
They're looking for the pick again on Cubo, who takes this guy. He is poisoned, though, so he needs to get the crit damage off quick before he falls.
It's
He don't
spread!
fall, but he spread to the whole team!
That's
Trixtank's gonna run away bravely! Look at my horse! It's not amazing! Meanwhile, Lobster now has to run away too! 2 kills to the side of Enemy.
Paradigm have been doing fantastic in this match, but these last 2 exchanges have been Enemies, no doubt about it. They've shortened the lead to about 1,000, just above at 1,200. And because of that, Paradigm now have to start thinking with this tier 1 tower. I mean, this game is tied.
Yeah, and this is what Enemy wants. They're fine with this. They're going to go to the late game. They're so used to playing this comp. It's kind of like the TSM of the old. They played their standard comp, Thor, Ra, Geb, Apollo. They just played the same characters over and over again. This is kind of what we're seeing for an Enemy, and this is just working out for them extremely well.
Both of these teams, though, are ready and willing to go to the late game. I said it before. Shibalagi and Chronos, I mean, where are their later game gods?
Exactly. They're extremely strong, but I feel like just the CC and all the synergies that coming out inside of the Enemy, they have an extremely strong team comp.
These 2 need to be careful over here, though.
He stopped his drop.
Paradigm is on the way. He ults the target, striking away. There's the Capriel, going to pull him back in, but it looks like Paradigm going to keep chasing. Salt Machine against 4, zoning them away best he can, keeping him busy. He's got the Eagles rally, will use it defensively soon, but flip back back into dangerous territory. Salt still holding that ultimate to the very last second, but Funballer continuing the chase too. Just take some free poke. Vicium and Chaos are here trying to keep them at bay, but Chaos is getting low too, and the ult is up for Cuvo. Cuvo will secure one here, slowly but surely.
Vicium is nailing these roots. It's good enough to play defense for the players, but the tower's gonna fall. This is just all Paradigm's right-hand side lane. They've taken it.
The mistake here was sacrificial. That was the issue. They should have just sacrificed the kill, or just should have just died, and they should have left it. Instead, the team tried to work as a unit, peel for each other, but that just forced them into a worse spot as time went on, because that ball of death from Paradigm just kept charging on.
Yeah, that ult coming out of Cuvo right after Zhang popped his ult was just perfect timing again. Cuvo's been playing a very, very good Neja game, and if he can keep this up, I feel like Paradigm could take this game for sure.
Big shoulders that Cuvo needs here to carry this team at the moment. He is 3-2-3. He's had 2 very good games at the beginning, but right now, Paradigm, they still have the opportunity in this game. They now have a gold lead once again.
The gold lead is still on top now. It's 2,600. It's been back and forth for the past couple of minutes. Paradigm really controlled the early and mid game. But as we went on and on into the later game, it's getting closer.
It is getting closer between the two right now. 27 minutes into it at the moment. And now with Vicium level 18 at the moment, they're looking for a pick on Tricks, but that fist helps him. Just was looking at going in still there, but with Lobster showing his face in that mid lane, he chose the side of caution.
And look he didn't use his ult again. Adjust is just playing so disciplined. It's just great play coming out of him. If he used his ult there, he knew he was going to get out for free, and Adjust is just playing extremely
It's
smart.
not just Adjust, it's enemy just all across the board. A lot of teams get in trouble from itchy trigger fingers, but everybody's holding these ultimates till they absolutely need them.
Fire Giant is going to be the one to be started up soon by one of these two teams. Essentially, what's placed by enemy, they have control. And Paradigm want to keep an eye on that now. Let's have a listen to Paradigm, though, as they're looking to try and get control of this Fire Giant.
Fling these guys right now. They're probably done. Yeah, chill. Build for some poke, maybe?
Yeah,
maybe? No, just chill. I don't know. Just defend left.
How long for your ult?
13. Just poke them with your abilities.
They're gonna push this here. Okay, group.
Go left. Can you hold anybody, Fred? I pick Captain. Just poke. Chill though. That's damage.
Yeah, no. Tricks.
Disengage. I'm good.
That's good. This is good.
Reset the fight.
Yeah, reset. That's a little blink.
What did they waste?
Right? Did
I don't know.
Strong ult, didn't he?
I don't know.
Sure. Tricks
I really don't know.
so get
I know they used Chow that fight, but I'm not sure Sakata.
Who do you want to fight him? Something. You get it. Let's not push for wards in here, dude. Come on.
Yeah, let's start grouping up and pushing there.
How many times have we said the word discipline?
It's discipline, but the big key for me here is Tricks Tank is quiet.
Yep.
Tricks is not having a good game. He's not happy with himself. He's 0-4-3, and he doesn't like that. Tricks is a very emotional player. We say this a lot, but he likes to go in and be big. But look at this fight in mid lane. Chaos has to use the ultimate. Nisha not being able to take him away. See how he used the beads defensively there early. Meanwhile, on the right-hand side, look at the burst damage onto Cuvo. Eagles running from Salt hits too. Salt Machine trying to do weight. The Fist of the Gods is
surrounded.
and just does clean up Cuvo. Meanwhile, Funballer gets out. So finally, the ult comes through from Kepri too.
Kepri puts the health onto the solo laner, but Zillion takes out Salt Machine, waits it out. No ult is good enough. Lobster's coming back on in.
He has to help.
Full HP, but now he's all alone. Serket's gonna catch up to him. No Cobra's Kiss. There's the Death Bane thanks to the beads.
3 seconds for the kiss, but there's Chaos
trouble.
with the Exorcism 2 card.
hit!
It connects and Chaos gets another kill. Enemy 11-7, and the Fire Giant looks potential.
Yeah, the Fire Giant right now, the only one alive on the side of Paradigm is going to be Funball. Everybody else is sitting down for at least.
They did lose Salt Machine, so that's their main take for Fire Giant. They're looking for a pick here on Funballer, but it looks like he's going to back off.
Just trying to pick him on the corner if they can.
Vicium is full health.
Well, I don't think Funballer can do much. He can try and poke
600
them
crits
down.
coming out on this Fire Giant.
It is good damage from Funballer available. He's got some crit online here. Pendivium going to hit with the Will Weaver from Vicium.
He might have stopped the dash.
Turn it on him and pick off Funballer
I
in
think
the
the
corner.
Will Weaver caught the dash. That was huge.
Just at the end, and now the Fire Giant falls to enemy. No one in range from Paradigm. NA are poised to take a second game here against Europe in the semis.
Paradigm looked on fire. Paradigm looked this was their game for 25 minutes.
Yeah, Paradigm was playing extremely well, but you go back to the Khepri Bologna combo.
Yeah.
Even though Bologna didn't get revived by Kepriel, she just was able to stay alive forever, and she got to do whatever she wanted. We saw a double rally here in the back line, hit 2 of them, and she just stayed there, auto, and she couldn't get taken out because the Kepriel was on her.
Again, 2 games in a row, 2 Athena bans, in my personal opinion, 2 incorrect bans. We need to take this. The Khepri is just too strong in the hands of Pain Devion.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't be like they've been scrimming each other, so maybe they know better. But who knows? I feel like this Khepri is just so strong.
Well, you got to think about what these characters bring to the table, right? And Athena sets up damage, and that's what Enemy is very good at. They're very good at capitalizing off of opportunities presented to them. But what happens here is Paradigm is executing well, and Pain Devion is able to make up 4 mistakes with that ultimate.
So I like the pen coming out of Cirquette. This is going to help the tower pushing as well, and it looks like we might get a fight here on Sobek. He's looking for something.
He's getting pulled, bursting down in a second. That was a tank! That was a tank!
Azalea and by tower. Enemy's going to go ahead and push down the left-hand side as well. 1,500 gold, and ladies and gentlemen, the lead has been swapped. Enemy is now ahead by 3,000 gold.
They're looking for a Phoenix, and Salt Machine quite happy to tank up the front side right now. And at the moment, still trying to do what you can to keep the pressure on.
Paradigm right now in some trouble. Enemy doing very, very well.
Oh, quick pause coming out here from the boys as well. See how long this one lasts. Let's have a little check of this as well. Oh, we're coming to us at the desk. This game has been a bit crazy between the two.
Yep.
But at the moment, it looks like Enemy got themselves in a very, very strong position in this game. Paradigm, they've been ahead and answered back from Enemy. Paradigm again, answered back from Enemy. Paradigm again, then Enemy take a huge lead, get the Fire Giant, take a Phoenix, and it's Paradigm are in trouble.
I mean, it's just so interesting how well Enemy has been able to keep their minds right, because that's really what I'm thinking about. When you're down the entire game, 25 minutes, you know how much of how steady of a mind you have to stay in it, stay within it, and then make these huge plays.
But that's been the season for Enemy so far.
Yeah.
These kids have been behind a lot, and they're used to playing from behind. It's one of those weird things to say because Allied's very good at that too. However, but playing from behind is a very difficult task. But they've done it consistently through the league.
And this comp is their best comp from playing from behind. The Bologna, Khepri, and Jean Kui, all 3 of those paired together, they're just so good at playing from behind with that composition, and they just play extremely well. They're fine to bring it and draw it out as long as they want.
What they're doing right, which is the key thing here for them, is that they're waiting back if they're losing the engagement and starting to wait for the right opportunities to go in. Trying to force Paradigm, if they want to commit to something, to make it happen.
Well, this is something that we've seen, again, talking about how good they are at playing from behind. This is something that they're used to. It's funny, they are the underdog in the way people feel about them. They were the underdog throughout the entire season, and when they play, they have been behind and won so many times. And I was looking at their losses in the fall split as well, and even then, they trail by 10K, make it back, and even when they wound up losing, they wind up taking a chunk out of the opposition. They are very, very good at staying grounded and understanding that all is not lost thanks to a couple of leads on the enemy team.
This talk of Enemy being a weak team and potentially just making it here can now finally stop. Like they beat Fnatic earlier on. They're potentially going to go up 2-0 here against Paradigm if they can continue this game so far.
There's a lot of smite to be played.
This is a real team.
It's a 3,000 gold lead for Enemy right now.
But it's a good situation for North America because most people came in thinking they had one team here at Worlds. Well, you've already knocked out one EU team. There's potentially another here.
I mean, Enemy is just on a tear right now. This is the semifinals, of course. We are in a brief pause during game number 2 of what will be a best of 5 series between Enemy and Paradigm. Later on in the day, we're going to take a look at our next series, which is going to be Cloud9 versus Epsilon. So pretty much we have some of the most exciting smite for you here that could even be possibly asked for.
Now, during this game now, what I'm looking at from Paradigm to try and get back into it, like you said, it's still close.
Oh, yeah.
They still a lead, though, for Enemy. I'm looking at Funball more than anybody. If you listen to the communications in the team during that game, Funballer there, he was the leader then. When Trixtank went quiet, somebody had to step up. Cuvo's not too much of a talker, neither's Lobster. And Zalia's too busy in the solo lane most of the time. So Funballer stepping up is very important for this team. We're finally back into game now, and it's time for the defense for Paradigm on this middle Phoenix. Tier 2 tower is about to fall down.
There it is, 1,500 gold going the way of Enemy, so maybe this lead is larger than we might have thought. The Phoenix on the left-hand side has already fallen, so Enemy now looking for their second Phoenix of the game.
So on the left-hand side, Salt Machine going in, but he's getting bursted down. The good fist of the gods. They did force the ultimate from Capri, though. So that is a cooldown. Hugo on the right-hand side is isolated a member in the mid lane, though, at the same time as this is going on. With Trix going in there as well, looking for the pressure from Vicium.
Vicium in trouble.
Vicium playing it very well. Trix is in world of hurt, but the heal is good.
Big heal is going to force Adjust out on the right-hand side, followed by a Hunter and Ace.
Oh! The World Weaver blocks the shot, so Adjust can juke out.
He's going to jump over the wall.
It's available.
He's out of there.
Will survive.
Vicium. Ladies and gentlemen, Vicium has been the aggressor and getting kills. Vicium has been a savior and protecting his teammate. Vicium is doing everything possible for this enemy squad.
Earlier on, you saw the Fire Giant when they ran past the Fire Giant and they were trying to peel for each other. That's what enemy does. Paradigm played it very well that time.
Wow.
This time, though,
Wow.
the peeling worked. Vicium's ultimate, oh, raw, jeez.
Yeah,
That
he
was
had two crazy ultimates this game that didn't lead into kills. He had that one for Peel and also the one that stopped Shablanke's dash around Fire Giant. Vicium's been showing a great display of ultimates for different usage, and he's just been using this Neath to the highest potential that you could possibly have.
That's what I'm saying here. Vicium is just showing up in all sorts of ways, and this should be no surprise if you followed this team for a while now. Vicium has been that one player that even when people weren't sold on this team, which at this point you better be, back when people were still asking questions, Vicium was the one that people were like, all right, maybe he's got some potential. Well, he's here at Worlds and he's doing everything possible to help his team out.
We'll give a shout to Adjust there because his jukes through the jungle were good. He hid behind minions to block shots as well.
That was big.
That was a key thing. Obviously, Vicium coming in with the stun was huge, but Adjust positioning is what's really helping
And we
out.
also saw him use his beads to get the cooldown reset. And we might see Paradigm coming in for a fight.
Yeah, this
Trix
is a fight for
engaging.
sure.
Yes.
Trix staying up on the horse. The crit stuns, but he burnt all the way down. Salt Machine jumps right on top, and Trix Tank is deleted.
Cubo Fred gonna take one up to the sky though, with Azalea zoning duty once again. Dunked down his Chaos back into the fight, turns his attention to
Great
Cubo. Heal is currently down. Chaos gets bursted by
Capri pumped in on Chaos!
Capri and Azalea. Well, now he's gonna deal with more on the backside. Salt Machine solos down Fumballer.
Enemy on all cylinders right here. Just takes a big chunk. Here comes Lobster, trying to do what he can. Capri not gonna hit. Lobster
no
not able to
rewind.
find it. Vicium with the crit. Lobster, take a seat.
Sobek walking back to base to try and heal himself up. Phoenix in the middle lane will now be assaulted. No, they won't.
Phoenix.
There is
No
fire
Phoenix.
minions there.
No Phoenix, just Titan. Enemy want to go directly for it. With everybody on Paradigm, there are so many seconds that they have to sit down. The Titan has fallen. North America is up 2-0.
Two games! The underdogs, the last hope of North America that nobody expected to really perform, are showing they can take it to the #1 European team.
This has been an exciting, I mean, is there a better word for exciting? This has been an enthralling achievement for Enemy. As I said before during the game, people didn't expect this team to even make it to region.
This is Cinderella stories once again. For some reason, Worlds just has them. Titan last year, right? They turned up and like, oh, these are just a bunch of guys that came through the Challenger Cup. And these guys, they've just appeared too.
And remember, they were the 5th seed. They would have not made it to regionals if it didn't get converted into super regionals.
They had a negative record in the SPL. They went even at super regionals. They're not even right now.
One more time, I have to give so much credit to Payne. I love the way he's crafted this team. He found these players, as Kevin said, 3 rookies and basically a rookie. Somebody that's played a single split, a handful of games here in the SPL. Payne found these players, knew that they would be able to achieve this, and that's the thing. I talked to Payne throughout the SPL, I talked to Payne throughout the Super Regionals, and I talked to Payne here. He has never once for a moment doubted that this is where he would be right now in January.
Great position for these boys right now. 2 up against Paradigm. Paradigm, when you think about it, they've got an uphill battle. They've got to take every single game as best of ones now. Enemy can kind of sit back a little bit. I don't want them to rest in the laurels because you give that team any sort of momentum from Paradigm and they will find a way back in.
I mean, if there's one team you really don't have to worry about really relaxing too much, it's Enemy. These guys are excited. They are always ready. I talked to them before as well. Not quite cocky, but just barely there. They know they can win. They want to win, and that's what they're going to try and do. Golden Boy, break this one down.
All right, thank you so much, F. Dot. And wow, what a game we just witnessed. Enemy up 2-0 against Europe's finest in Paradigm. It has been quite the story for those young men, but let's go ahead and talk about, talk about the first minute into the game where we had the first blood on Salt Machine.
Yeah, we saw that early invade come out from Salt Machine and Adjust. They were just trying to, once again, Adjust putting a lot of pressure on Assault Machine or that Soul Lane, trying to get them ahead. Unfortunately, though, the same thing that we saw happen in Cloud9 versus OMG, where the mid laner rotated on the invade in stealth, the same thing happened here. Lobster rotated over to that blue buff, and they were able to pick up first blood. And, you know, it's so weird for me. I always feel like Paradigm are running these pick-based compositions, and they'll find these early picks, but it's the only one you ever see.
Right, so Paradigm is leaning towards these, okay, we're going to win our lane type matchups, and if we can all individually win our lanes, then we can transition, but they're not picking comps that work well together. They're picking individually good comps for what they're going against, but not as a team, and enemies waiting for that 20-25 minute mark, and then they're just taking these team fights like they've been doing for the last few games.
This is absolutely, yeah. I think we're seeing a lot of strong plays out of Paradigm individually. Zerlia being a very effective frontline, QVO with the Thanatos in game 1, and the precise Naja ults this time. But their comp just doesn't make sense, and they need to get Adjust off that Saket. It's getting out of hand now. He's been playing every game but one, I believe, in the entire tournament. You know, he's done incredibly well every single time. He might not be top of the play damage you see there, but that's not what Saket, that's not where she is. You know, she sets up the kills. All of her damage is effective. It's the damage that gets a kill that wins a team fight. And he can't do it anymore. They need to get him off it.
When it comes to best of fives, you need to adjust. And like, no pun intended there. Like, you take a look at the history of Smite, you know, Titan last year at Worlds, right? Cloud9 was forced to start banning away Ymir and Ares. They couldn't deal with it, right? It's not something that they felt was top tier. It's just, it was so effective against them. Going back to the COG Invitational, the mid-split in the fall there, Cloud9 starts losing to Eager. Dare to Care's Naja, phenomenal. No one's banning away, hasn't banned away Naja in over, 2 years. Start banning away. This is what Paradigm needs to do. They need to get Adjust off this circuit. They're focusing on the Hunbats right now, which has been fantastic as well. But, even this game, player of the game, he is playing so well right now, just getting Salt Machine in all his lanes ahead, and he's unstoppable in these back lines. Because Trixtank and Zalia are both very hyper-aggressive players, which works when you're even or ahead, but when you start to get behind, they never are effectively peeling, and Kronos got blown up every engagement.
You see them both charging in, and they just get, as you said, they just get blown up. Both of them are wanting to get in there, and we see Trix on his horse going in, and then before his ult's over, he's like 20% HP, Salt Machine jumps in the back line, and he's done. And we're seeing the same thing with Zalia, and no one is protecting the people who actually need to win these fights in Fumble and Lobster.
And Paradigm has had opportunities to get rid of his Circuit, but they're choosing to ban things like Hunbats over the Circuit right now. So whether that means that they're more fearful, whether it be from scrims where the Hunbats is way too effective and they want to deal with the Circuit instead. But right now, in this moment, you're on the main stage. This is it for them. You got one more game left. Get rid of the Circuit. Deal with something else, because the Circuit is setting up way too many plays for enemy to come back.
I actually want to ask you guys about that, right? Because, we saw the Hunbats ban come down, and is there just something more fearful about Hunbats than there is versus Circuit? Because so far, with, of course, just being the player of the game here, you can make the argument that the Circuit is the problem at this point.
I actually think Hunbats in these type of games, in these best of fives, and these crazy team fight oriented games are better and more effective. But because of Paradigm's playstyle, where they kind of leave their carries to protect themselves, Circuit is just it's more effective. Circuit is more effective against Paradigm specifically because they do a poor job of protecting their carries when they get behind.
I think as far as the Hunbats ban goes in particular, I think everyone views enemy as a team fighting team, and none of the players stand out as individual, like the Reels type carry. No one has that aura around them. And Hunbats he's the team fight one. He's the, they have a Hunbats and they won that fight, great Hunbats ult, but no one looks at the player that Hunbats just carried that. He's just a team, he's like a strong way. And Adjust on Saket is proving us otherwise. He's showing us that he is a world-class jungler in his own right. He is mechanically very gifted at this god, and maybe Paradigm needs to start doing that respect ban and just get rid of it.
And honestly, another problem for me that game was Trix Tank. The Guan Yu was not effective. We looked at his horse, and his horse was not amazing. It just wasn't bringing anything to the table, right? We need him to play a god that can peel, what you're talking about. We need the Geb coming out of him, the Khepri, a Sylvanas, anything so he can keep his team alive because he's trying to go in, and then he's just dying himself.
But I don't, that's not even like the biggest problem. It's the fact that if Guan Yu goes in, that's fine, but then Zayli needs to become the peeler. The team's not adapting to a playstyle, and I've said this for so long. This team is very good individually, but they always struggle when they need to peel for their carries. It's been the same story, I think, for an entire year. And if Funball and Lobster are on these hard carries, like Jablanque, like Kronos, and they're getting no protection against a Cirquette, like, you can't stop it.
Okay, so now that we know what we know about how Enemy enjoys playing, and honestly, I still believe Paradigm could pull this one through. Like, to be honest with you, I still have faith in Paradigm. I think they're a great team with tons of opportunity in front of them, just these like small things, right? And I would even say the big part is the picks and bans, right? I had to side with Enemy on that game just because, and you know, listening to you three experts talk about it, right? You can clearly tell that Enemy got everything that they possibly wanted. It was like Christmas for them, you know? It was like, hey, they had this thing that happened on their 25th and it was wonderful, and they got maybe an Xbox, I don't know, but then, you know, Christmas happened again. Hispanics call it Reyes. We call it Three Kings Day, you know? So this was Three Kings Day for them. They got that one, and it was amazing. They loved it. And now, like, going into Game 3, this is do or die time for Paradigm. So can Paradigm bounce this back? And I mean, just out of the gate, and Ataraxia, we'll go to you because you are familiar with Paradigm very well. What do you think is going to be the difference maker going into Game 3?
Well, for me, I think we all know that EU loves drama, right? We love a good story, and I think this is Paradigm. You know, let's go down 0-2, and then we're going to bring it back 3-2. Get Enemy off the high horses. This is EU, you know. EU have got this Paradigm all the way, no doubt.
How'd that go for you last year?
Wow. Oh my God.
You were down 0-2, right? And then you had the Cinderella come. Oh wait, no, you lost.
Oh,
Game 5.
yeah.
That's right. That didn't happen.
Well, it's the other way around, you know. This time we'll be good.
Okay, listen, I ordered some ointment for all of us because clearly we have some burn conditions that we need to, you know, tend to. All right, folks, so we're going to get Game 3 started up in just a few, but throughout all of the Smite World Championships, each day has been awesome and exciting. Of course, meeting everyone out here. Everyone's just enjoying the matches, the Hi-Res Expo, but of course, what we're here for are the games. Let's take a look at Day 2. All right, that was day number 2. Man, you know, it's crazy. We have, it feels like this is such a big day, and like this is it. And of course, because last year we were only here for 3 days, 4 days here in Atlanta, Georgia for some Smite. And, you know, I'm glad it's not over yet. We have so much to come. You know, not only do we have the continuation of this matchup that we're seeing right here, folks, but coming up next, the matchup that I know a lot of people in here are very excited for, a matchup that can go either way, and I'm going to use this reference, and it will stick.
Oh my
the
God.
immovable object versus the unstoppable force. Epsilon versus the one and only Cloud9. That is going to be our next matchup. And then let's not even forget that after that, we have Envy versus Eager in the Xbox semifinals. So I know you're particularly pumped about that one. There you can actually see the bracket. It's exciting because I had a chance to watch that COG Gaming and Wear matchup that actually occurred. And my goodness, Cognitive is good. So
they're solid.
Yeah, they're really solid. So, it's going to be a tough battle for whoever comes out of that semifinal matchup. Of course, all that action is going to be taking place throughout the day, so make sure you guys do not go anywhere. But let's actually talk about the game again, go back to it. Game 2, lots of things to take away from that one. How did you feel, I guess, for Enemy going into Game 3? What are the things they need to repeat, keep going with, and just stick with?
And we need to change nothing, right? Because they haven't changed at all since Super Regionals, and it's been continuing to work. It's Paradigm who are really needing to adjust, and it's, Enemy's going to, picks and bans here, like we've been talking about with every game with Enemy, is going to be so crucial. Are Paradigm still going to just give Enemy the same draft they've been playing for 3 months?
I think the ball is definitely in Paradigm's court for this one. They've been trying their janky stuff. But the issue for me is it's all been at once. We saw yesterday when they played, they did have some spicy picks, but largely the majority of the team stuck to the meta. And I think when they all try these the janky ones, then it just doesn't work out as well. So, Paradigm, they are clearly the ones to experiment, and it's gotten this far, so power to them, keep doing it. But maybe get some standard stuff in there, and then 1, maybe 2, but probably just stick to 1 spice pick.
I agree. They need to tone it down. This is the one downside of having such large god pools on all of your players. They all want to, start diving into that god pool, but they don't all need to do it once. Have 1 chalk pick. You don't need the Guan Yu and the Sobek solo and all of these and the Chrono. Like all these crazy picks all at once is just too much. You do 1 pick to throw them off, and then the rest of them you do standard because standard works.
Yeah, you got to stick with what you know, right? And I think before the game started, Incon, you had said, does this look like an EU draft? And I guess, that ended up biting him in the butt in the end there, right?
I mean, it looked like a China draft, honestly. Like, that was even more off-kilter than...
Listen here, Bart,
China
relax.
can draft better than that, man.
Okay, relax with the mean comments, Bart.
I think China got more kills, to be honest, though.
Well, I would say, I didn't even, that went right over my head for a moment there. It just glides
off.
So many mean things that we're a very mean group of people here. Is it me that I started?
I started working with Hindu, and it's just this all the time. I get berated, and then
okay,
you gotta start firing.
You gotta just let it out somewhere, right? Makes sense. Okay, all right, fine. Calm down there, Padawan. All right, but
at least an acolyte,
Fair point.
Thank you.
Keep it the theme. Okay, so. Now we have Game 3 coming up next, picks and bans here, folks. So this is about to happen in a little bit. I guess now this is the part where we kind of theory craft how this is going to go. What would be the first couple bans that we would potentially see on each side? What do you think that they're going to focus on? Ataraxia, you look very eager, so I'm going to start with you.
I would love to see Paradigm pick up the first pick position.
They are first pick, by the way.
They are? Okay, that's fantastic. Step 1 done. Bounce a cat.
Step 1.
and then let them get something good out of this. Get a Kepri first pick, or a Jingshen, or a Bologna, and ban the other 2. Those are the 3 gods. Ban 2 of them, make them ban them, and pick the other one.
The last time they had first pick, they first picked Neath, correct?
Don't do that. No.
You don't need to first pick the Neath. I promise it'll be there later in the draft for you to pick up.
And, we actually saw in Game 1, Enemy ban away the Jing Bologna in that second spot, which they are, once again, the Chaos side. So I expect they're probably going to run the same strategy. They have typically when they go into games, they have a set mindset, and if that strategy in the picks and bans is working, they keep to it. So I do expect to see a Circuit ban from Paradigm, and then Jing Bologna on the other side, and then maybe a Soul. I would imagine that Paradigm are going to ban out. Or maybe they could leave it open for themselves.
Yeah, either leave open the Soul or the Kepri, ban the other one out, and then pick it up in the first position, and that is a great start to the draft from then. From there, they can start to deny the other picks from them, but really, that's exactly what they need to do, in my opinion.
Well, there's a lot of questions and a lot of mystery to be had here, folks. And I know you all have been eagerly anticipating this one. So without further ado, let's jump into the picks and ban phase for game number 3. Here we go, folks. Let's make this happen. Where does this go? I mean, there's a lot of questions to be had, and you know, this is it. Do or die time for Paradigm. Their chance to, you know, be the champions of Smite of the world is at hand here.
Surket.
I think Paradigm
Surket.
Paradigm have an opportunity to really do mind games here because they shouldn't. But if they ban Surket first, and enemy like, yeah, that's for me. That's the first thing they're thinking of is getting rid of
yeah,
Surket.
you're scared.
But if they ban out something like the Soul or the
I like
Capri,
that as well.
then it's less of a this is targeted you. This is just a really good god.
Is it though? 'Cause,
And
I mean,
then they do
that's
follow it
directly
up.
at Pain though. I mean, they're very scared of his Capri because he's been, not to mention, he's actually been resurrecting Surket over and over again. So maybe it was a combo ban. They're going to ban Surket out too, maybe.
I mean, Pain is being played probably the best show in this. Oh no,
Atarax, you look very angry. Here.
I'm upset, man.
Here.
They can still first pick Surket. They can still take it away before enemy can
But
get
we
it.
said that last game and they didn't do it. They opted to let
I'm
enemy
trying
have
to
it
give them
again.
the benefit of the doubt. You know, they still have opportunities.
I still don't think it's necessarily Surket. I think it's how they're playing against Surket. I think they're playing very poorly. If they can fix, you know, how they work their team, I think that's ideally. And yeah, I like the Soul first pick. Give your dual lane a lot of pressure.
17% win rate at the SWC is alarmingly low for a god that is being banned and picked as much as she has.
Every game.
Every single game, yeah. And a 17% win rate.
Neath early?
Yeah, I'm not enjoying this right now. I mean, enemy coming from these last two extremely strong drafts, they don't need to pick up this Neath early. They can lean towards something else. I wouldn't even mind picking up something like Geb here, you know, such a safe pick for Pain de Viande, which we know he leaned towards after the Kepri and Athena are down.
I feel like Vicium had a stronger showing on the Chiron than the Neath. But maybe it's to throw off the dynamic of Neath and Soul historically being very strong together in Europe. But Chiron should really fill that same role, so I'd love to see Paradigm pick that up.
Is it going to be a Surket here? Freya.
Freya, that was banned out in the last game, so...
I'm not a huge fan of pairing Freya and Soul together. Usually the whole point of getting Soul and Freya, they fulfill the same role, right? They're doing the exact same thing on your team. Although I do like the Osiris pick that Paradigm is leaning towards right now. When Shinten and Bologna are down, you pick up the Osiris because, like you said earlier, he doesn't lose lane. There's nothing wrong with winning your lane.
Osiris is also very good against Jean Kui because with the way his tether works is that it reduces the damage that character deals. So Jean Kui is not a god that can escape the tether ever. So as the second he ults, Osiris is going to go next to him, press his 3, and then just follow him around.
I love this pick of Surket here. It was either between Surket or Geb, I think they were debating, but the Surket just works so well against Soul and Freya that they don't want it banned out. Once again, we're going to see Funball and Lobster on these two hyper carry gods, and Adjust has Surket. Paradigm, they need to make sure they protect their carries this game.
There is no point for them to ban out Hunbats here, right? The jungler's already picked. They've got their Surket. I want to see another target ban to Pain. Take out his Gab, and then what are they going to do? They've been relying so much on the defense. That's a great ban.
You can see
Brilliant.
Good call. Good call, Incon.
I kind of want to see Ares against Surket Neath. Very good, but the problem is then you have no hard peel for your hyper carries.
And furthermore, you know, they have the Sol and the Freya, and the big downside, as we touched upon, too magical. This kind of forces Tricks to go for a physical support, unless they're running the Sol in, well, Osiris jungle and Sol solo.
Yeah,
it's very
I think
awkward.
the first half is like I understand they're like trying to counter, but how are they going to round it out?
1 second.
It was very interesting. It was actually a pretty good ban there, actually, for the Guan Yu. The more they think about it, because they knew they wanted to run a physical support, they banned out the Guan Yu, which was, of course, targeted at Tricks Tank. Even though it wasn't that effective last game, it would have fulfilled exactly what they needed this game.
So they pick up the Bacchus, which is probably the support that I think Tricks would have leaned towards here, and it forces out the Ares. And like, I love Ares against Surket, but once again, that Surket is going to have such a strong time if he can just avoid the Ares and jump on Freya or Soul.
The big strength, though, is that Sol and Freya both have mechanics to stall Surket out in Freya's ultimate and Sol's 3, so they can, you know, Surket has to awkwardly wait until those things are finished. And Ares, if they lock this in, can pull Neath, can pull Jean Kui, can pull Surket, can pull Bacchus. None of them have a CC immunity outside of Beads or Aegis that is going to stop them, well, except for Surket, she can jump on someone, but all of those people are going to get pulled into Ares.
They're definitely going to need a runic shield on the side of enemy this game. You've got Freya and Soul for that damage. Finishing up with the Bastet, which is a good pick here. Bastet actually does pretty well against Zong because he has no movement abilities to get away from those cats. So he takes a lot of damage from them, especially early.
I love this draft from Paradigm. This is a Paradigm spicy draft, but it's actually really good. Unlike last game when it was awful, just the worst thing ever. This is an excellent Paradigm draft. It's off the wall and it works. It fits.
All right, guys. Well, it is all locked in. Atarax, we start with you. Predictions.
Paradigm.
Paradigm this game.
Paradigm this game.
Paradigm, because they're going all the way. Is this going to be the storyline of this semifinal matchup? Will Paradigm be able to fight back and potentially force a game 4 and 5? We'll find out, but first we have to toss it over to our casters. Take it away, boys.
Thanks a lot, Golden Boy. You know, last time I stood here and I said I loved the Paradigm draft, and I did for them specifically. And again, we have another draft that seems tailor-made for Paradigm.
Big shouts, though, really focusing Pain to be on this.
Oh, yeah.
Consistently, all three bands focused at him, take his God pool away from him. Surprised he didn't go Sobek. We discussed this.
Yeah.
Could have gone for the Sobek pick. He went for the Bacchus. And as soon as he locked that in, I did talk to you. I was thinking Ares was going to come.
Yeah, I don't really like the Bacchus pick. They have Soul and Freya, so if he ever flops in and puts himself out of position, he's just going to get, like, hit down by both of the ranged magical carries. It's going to be very hard for Bacchus to do a lot of things.
Yeah, I mean, the Soul and Freya are so exciting for me. We're going to see how well the Freya does. I assume it's going to be in Funball's hands, but again, Paradigm can do anything they want with a lot of these picks.
There's a lot of people in Europe watching right now. They're over in a LAN party, in, I believe, in Holland right now, so they'll be wanting something out of this for them. Maybe the fans here would like to see at least one more game after this one in this set. We'll find out. But yeah, they do.
Yeah, you know, I think this is definitely one that can lend itself to be a strong look for Paradigm. And right away we see something that's very unique to Funball on this Freya, the Achilles heel.
Achilles spear. It started off actually with Zalia when he used to play the solo lane, but then he's actually picked that one up.
And look we got a Mark of the Vanguard coming out of the Ares, so they're going to try to get kills in this lane. So I kind of like it. And they might get Bacchus here, but no, he flops out. Very smart play by Pain de Viande.
I think you're completely right, though, because if he can get some chains off early here, Trixtank, he'll get minion aggro. So that Vanguard will protect him and allow Funballer to proc that Achilles spear in lane and potentially put the burst damage down. Pain de Viande's going to play this lane very, very carefully. And once again, Visham needs to be on target with those roots and the auto attacks to keep them at bay.
But looking at the pick and ban coming out of Paradigm this time, I really, really like their comp out of all three games. This is the comp I think they can win with for sure. They took away the Geb, they took away the Khepri. Those are the two most important supports coming out of enemy. Yeah, Pain Zafina is really good, but enemy plays so well with the Geb and Khepri. It's just crazy.
It's a good composition for Paradigm this time round. I'm not going to discredit enemy at all because they've pretty much got what they've had for the entire tournament
Besides
so far.
One of their core supports.
Besides the core support, a lot of people say maybe the Circuit is the big influence here. Maybe it's the Zhong Kui. Well, they've still gone back to those even though they've not had this Khepri.
We've talked a lot about a lot of these picks. Now, the Bastet, it's interesting to me. We saw a lot of Bastet play during the regular season. There's nothing necessarily wrong with the Bastet, but how does she fit into this composition?
I like the Bastet pick because she applies a lot of physical damage. They have an Ares, they have a Freya, and they have a Soul. That's 3 heavy magical damage dealers. And with Bastet, they can get away with that because she does so much physical damage.
On top of that, you've got an Osiris here who can also deal with the Zhong Kui as well. You can use the tether on it to reduce the amount of damage that's going to be applied to them in the early stages.
We got a double power pot coming off of Zhong Kui and the Circuit. It looks like they're going to invade the back camps. They can do this because the enemy team has a Bastet.
Yeah, Lobster and Cuvo Fred, they know that the enemy is in their jungle, but there's nothing they can really do about it. So because of that, Paradigm's going to shade to the left-hand side, relinquish those right-hand Harpies, and just go directly for the easy one.
Slower start from the mid lane of Paradigm, as expected here. Keep an eye on Trixtank, though, does have the blink online as well. So you can see actually in the lane in the map, even if we're not looking, you can see that. But look at that, Zalia under pressure from Salt Machine. This is a reverse matchup of game 1 between these two. And at the moment, Zalia taking a lot of poke with the left-hand side. The chains were applied, but Visham gets out, but it cost him his beads that he started with.
Yeah, he has a sliver of HP left now. If Visham was on any other hunter, he might have to back here. But if he plays safe and drops a couple of strong unravels, he should be able to be fine in this lane.
And look at enemy. They have double beads because they don't have any CC immunity ultimates. That's very, very smart by them. If Ares hits level 5, blinks in and ults them, those are just 2 free kills for Paradigm.
Just keep an eye on those beads for the consistency of the game. Cuvo coming around right again, looking at Salt Machine. Not going to actually find anything. They're just going to pounce in and clear the wave.
They don't really have any kill potential there.
Just showing pressure.
At level 4, yeah. It's just he's just trying to get XP. He's trying to ramp up because he's a Bastet. Once Bastet gets ramped up, she's going to be able to do so much damage, and her ganks are going to start coming online right around level 9, I would say.
A little bit of play out of Paradigm here that's very similar to what they did against China, zoning them off the experience as much as possible, trying to group up the extra minion wave here. Blink is available on the Trix tank too, so just keep an eye, because if they hit 5 soon, they could go in and look for the kill.
Look at how Fedium's positioning. He's barely spacing himself out from the whoop. If he gets whooped, Trix is going to blink, and he's going to get chained. So this is very good positioning by Vedium. They didn't lose too much minions there. I think they lost 2 melee, but they're fine with that. They're just going to keep farming and farming.
Good little poke from Funballer there as he continues to pressure the minions under the tower as well.
Funball right now hit level 5. Trix tank is not going to be long before. There it is, level 5 as well. So
keep an eye on where Sercat is as well.
Pulse. Trix tank standing still deliberately.
If Vedium walks up to the tower line, Trix will blink and ult right away. He might walk into the purple buff, and we might see Funballer come back, but it looks like they're just going to roam into the jungle and see if anybody walks towards them.
Big key here is the mid laner and the jungle as well.
Oh, yeah.
They have to keep an eye on these rotations to support this duo lane as early as possible.
They're communicating it. They know that mid lane isn't there. They see him back now. If Neef walks up, Trix is going to get his ult off.
Here we go. Will he go for it? That's the question. With a backflip,
oh, here it is.
Hit. Is he going to go for the blink at all? Nope. Just going to push them again.
She's trying to bait the ult with her backflip.
He
didn't get it!
He got him with the backflip. There's a stun. Vicium's in some trouble. One missed basic could be it. But in the sky, first blood goes to Funball. Paradigm on the board.
So Vedium didn't respect Trix's blink there. He was going to try to backflip it and waste Ares' ult. I think he should have backed to base there. It was a smart idea trying to get the ult, but it was just really, really good play by Trix saying blinking in. It's very hard to react to that in time, and Trix was able to get the pull off, and Ares Freya combo takes him out.
Really good work from Paradigm. This is what they wanted in this duo lane early on. Getting Trix tank on the comms is going to be big too. Last game he was dead when we listened in. This time around, I guarantee they'll be talking.
Payne's in some trouble. He's crippled, so he can't jump right away.
Stuns
He's
both
take
of them out.
half of his HP.
Just the time of Vicium turning up to the lane and at the same time stop them continuing the aggression there. Trix could have got the second chain off potentially, but he fired it quick, trying to back off and continue on. Really good work from Paradigm in the duo lane. What's going on the rest of the map at the moment, though? Because at the moment, Paradigm are in a good position. And look at this, Salt Machine. A little bit of trouble there. Good stun.
Stunned out.
He's going to possibly die here. Will Weaver's going to try and help to save the day. But the kitty cat has arrived and makes it pay.
2-0 Paradigm one more time. The Europeans find themselves in the lead early on. Now, the real question here is, can Paradigm keep it going, or will enemy be able to turn it around like they did in games number 1 and 2?
They've got to keep the pressure on is the big key here. They've got to take every single game as a best of one. Trix tank gets the chain off just after the flop.
That was a nice chain. He let him there.
No follow-up.
Oh, here comes Adjuster along the left-hand side.
Trix
tank is rooted, but Trix tank reads him. He's going to get stunned underneath.
Still dead. The card is hit, and there's the ult coming out from Sercat too. He will fall down.
I love the read out of Trix, but at the end of the day, 4-on-1 is not a good situation.
Yeah, Sercat is good against Ares as well as Ares is good against Sercat. If both their ults pretty much counteract each other, and also Ares chain stops Sercat in her tracks. But if Ares gets caught out by Sercat, he's done if his team has follow-up. So Trix has to be really careful if his jungler isn't on the side of the map, and if they don't see anybody in the middle lane.
Keep an eye on Adjust then, because at the moment he's got himself off to a good start, answering back to that duo lane start that Paradigm had.
A lot of damage going on, a lot of attention being paid, rather, in the middle lane here for the very first time. Cubo Fred's going to join up with Lobster, who largely has just been sort of trading waves with Chaos.
Shout out to the Traveler's Shoes on Trix. That's the best boots you could build on Ares. I see people going pen, I see people going cooldown. As an avid Ares player, I feel like the movement speed is so important. Also the gold, it gets you to your aura items faster, that gives you more power. Yeah, power doesn't scale that well on Ares. It still helps a little bit. And with this movement speed, it makes it easier to hit chains, and it lets you catch up to people as well.
Actually going around the back here, got to go in with the blink. Doesn't find the chain there, but good damage on Adjust, but the cats were dropped expecting the chain to connect.
Unfortunately for Paradigm, you know, the beauty of Smite is the fact that you have to hit your abilities. If that chain hits...
Oh, he's in trouble!
Oh, no, Lord of the Afterlife will save the day. Zalia played that inch perfect. There's no rotations coming.
Love that play by Zalia. He gets out of there, and you know what he does? He turns around and throws more damage. I'm just saying, you almost got me, but not quite.
I would have loved to see Zalia go up and come right back down and dodge it, but we might get a fight in mid here. It just looks like poke. Oh, we got a World Weaver going somewhere.
Yeah, going over to the right side, going to pick up Zalia. Zalia!
Wow!
In the lane to farm that last wave of experience, and he paid the ultimate price.
You know, I said I like that play at Azalea. He turns around and throws the damage out, and should back right there, but Zelia pushes the envelope a little bit too far. With Neath, you always have to realize you never are truly at 100% HP. You always have this looming threat of being hit by a World Weaver.
Harpies on the left going to be contested here, potentially by Pain. Will he go in for it? Going to look for the flop. Not going to find it, though. Gets the stun off and just backs away.
So Payne wasn't afraid to flop in there because Trix uses chain to get the Traveler's Gold, so he was safe flopping in there. So I kind of like the steal attempt by Payne. He really didn't put himself in danger.
I like how you mentioned that Trix used the chain for those Traveler's Gold. How much will these Traveler's Boots impact the playstyle? Because of course, just as a reminder, the way these work, the more you hit, the more players you hit, the more gold you get. So how does this impact you as you're trying to play the game?
Looks like we got a fight here possibly. He's carded, but he's fine. It looks like it's just going to be a back off by both teams.
Yeah, just a little bit of back and forth here.
The big pressure here as well is what Lobster's been doing. He's just continuing to farm. He's not made the rotations early on that we saw out of enemy to the duo lane to support. Instead, he's sat in the mid lane and consistently farmed and farmed and farmed. He's looking to get his core online. His choice of core this game has been go for the penetration boots and straight into a Polynomicon here for the extra damage.
I really like the pen boots on Soul. It lets her start doing a ton of damage. Her Stellar Burst starts hitting very hard once the penetration boots come online, and she just is able to do a lot of damage in these team fights with a combination between her ult and her Stellar Burst.
Duo Fred looking towards the right side. He's just going to go ahead into his own jungle. Nothing too crazy going on, but mid lane, a lot of members on enemy here. Looking
Lobster.
directly at Lobster, and with this help from Vicium, it's going to not hit him.
Nope.
Beautiful timing coming out from the veteran mid laner for Paradigm, understanding just how Soul's ability works and gets the CC immunity right in time.
Was only a World Weaver for that, and because of that pressure, they were able to go and invade there. But look at this side, Salt Machine in a bit of trouble here.
No movement.
Pinned in. He's got no support from any of her teammates. They may get a red buff on the left-hand side, but Cubo Fred gets himself another kill.
Enemy tried to put pressure on the left side, as you said, Hindu Man, and what winds up happening is Paradigm pick up the kill, but enemy not much. Like you said, they got a red buff. Don't think that's enough.
Lobster.
Look at that again. That's perfect
Oh,
timing.
no, but the
Payne's
flop was
flop!
better. The flop was perfect. And Chaos and a just combine. And not a lot Cubo Fred can do here with Vicium's rotation to mid. But look at Trix.
Now
Are they really
that's
going
enough,
in?
and
They
here
got Jong
comes
only.
Trix. Got the chain on
Beads
Chaos.
out.
That's going to force out the beads. But yeah, one more time. The red buff, maybe not enough to make up for the loss of life in the solo lane. Well, turn your eyes on Lobster. That's good.
Really good work from enemy here. The right Harpy is due to spawn soon. Trixtank trying to get themselves in a position to contest it, but he can't at the moment. He's on his own, and now they will fall to the side of enemy. Let's look at the experience and gold graphs here and just see how exactly close these two teams are in this one.
137. What is that, a Sentry Wood? That's not enough. That's not a lot. This is a tie game for all intents and purposes. And Paradigm was off to a great start, but enemy turning things around as we get towards the mid game.
That's been the story of enemy so far. Like
That's
every
been-
time Paradigm take a lead, enemy have answered back every single time.
I mean, that's the
Whatever
story.
the compositions.
The story's in the soil here for enemy. This has been everything they've ever done here in Smite has been from behind. So
Look at
they've
the
got no
score
problem.
again. 3-3. This is a repeat of the first game I remember seeing, and we might get a fight here, but it looks like they're just going to take the mid camps and back off.
Well, with
we
Trix
do
on
have
the
Trix
side-
coming around, but nope.
Nope, they're changing the mind, not going to go too aggressive. Trix did not have his ultimate available there, so not going to find it. And the Harpies did go down, so pretty much washes there as we tune back in with the solo laners here. Been a lot of action over here, mainly though in Zalia's favor because of all the support Cuvo's been giving him.
Right, Adjust has really yet to show his face over here in the solo lane.
And I really like this. This is the first time we see Zalia really taking this lane and winning it. So Saul had the best of him in the first two games, and right now Zalia is showing how strong he is, and he's controlling this lane very well.
And I think they put the pressure onto him there as well because enemy were the ones that banned out the gods in the solo and they banned out that Bellona. They banned out that Xing 10 against Zalia, and now well Zalia.
And they picked the Osiris as well.
Exactly, they took 3 picks away from him. What have you got now? This game, Salt Machine, he went for the pick that Zalia went for in game 1.
Mid lane matchup, it's going to be mid jungle versus mid support. But here with the Ares, I mean, it's always a little bit different than if you have a different character. I mean, he just deals so much damage if he's allowed to get up close.
Between the two supports as well, pretty even in terms of gold and experience right now. It's actually a 200 gold lead for the backers. That's because of the Watcher's gift more than anything else here, as we're still with the solo laners going backwards and forwards.
Yeah, just a little back and forth here.
Look at the beads there. 2 beads at rank 2. That's super smart because they have no CC immunities on any of their abilities. And Circuit has already ranked one of her beats, so really good actives coming out.
Pain Deviant also investing into Hot Ward Amulet early and hold out Falker's left-hand side. Funballer forced to ult early.
He's
the
gonna
rotation.
land.
No, he's dead. There's no one going to be able to get him in time to defend him. Adjust with another good rotation over this left-hand side of the map.
Oh, we
and
got
on the right,
into trouble, and he's down!
Cubo Fred drops the dot,
Look at
walks
Goldfier's
away,
getting pulled.
turn around.
response so immediately from enemy looking for the goal.
Trix is gonna look for the ult.
Teleport coming in too. Is he going to get a big 4-man ult? Yes, he is. They denied
cleared
the
the
one
ward.
though. Trix is alone here. He was expecting support. There was no support.
Here comes Cubo from the
support
right.
is dead.
The big
Lobster is already dead. Lobster gets one. Adjust has a hair of HP. Lobster gets two. Paradigm still giving chase. Pushes two members of enemy under their tier 2. They have to go back to base, but enemy has already picked up the Gold Fury.
Lobster's ult was insane there. It hit everybody. Every shot on every single person on the enemy. Two of them just barely got out. They were so low. If they had any other follow-up, they would have wiped all of the enemy that was near Gold Fury.
They can pressure the mid tower now as well, and even
Oh,
come up
yeah.
in top
Oh,
of Golden
yeah.
Experience right now between the two of them. Absolutely crazy fight.
Yeah, there was so much damage coming out of Paradigm. Paradigm had 4,000 damage in the team fight, while enemy had 1,100. So just that soul ult changed the entire fight, but still, enemy was able to pick up the Gold Fury, so the game's tied.
I actually think if they didn't get rid of that teleport coming in from Xaylia there, that fight would have been totally different and gone all Paradigm's way. But the Gold Fury going down and taking out that ward made it even for enemy.
So important, and you know, those are the heads-up plays that are really changed the pace of the game. Take a look at the right-hand side in the solo lane. Here comes Adjust from the backside. He's gonna look at Xaylia for the first time. Xaylia's in some trouble, jumps away.
He's almost
V-Ship
dead.
channeling the ultimate. Stun is gonna miss. Wall is strong, so is the ultimate. Xaylia takes a spill. Adjust evens up the game. It's 6-6.
Knew he was dead even before that even happened, just because of Cubo's positioning. There was no chance for a rotation for him. After the Lord of the Afterlife was used so early on, there was no further escape for the man.
And World Weaver just came through to help finish off the kill. And look at this, Vidium's working back to the lane. But Funballer doesn't have his 2-up to punish him.
Pulse just went on cooldown after the banish as well, so no fight there.
And that's the difference between Freya and a hunter. You're only a hunter for 6 seconds at a time.
But those 6 seconds are generally more dangerous.
You're gonna die in those 6 seconds if you hit them. 14 minutes on the clock. Everything's all tied up in every single category imaginable for pretty much everything. And enemy, oh man, that Gold Fury was exciting, but Paradigm made sure to answer right back.
And we keep saying this has been the story of all the games. Over and over again, Paradigm have the lead, enemy win the game.
Paradigm still leading in experience, though, 1,300. Definitely something worth noting. Everybody pretty much even across the board, but taking a look at the supports. Trixtank is leading Pain to Beyond in levels, and this is very important because you have two aggressive supports. These are almost warriors in Ares and Bach.
Talk to me about Adjust Hero role. What is this build that he's got coming out?
I think he might be picking up a Runic Shield. I kind of like it a little bit. They have 3 powerful magical carries, and it reduces power. It also reduces attack speed. Yeah,
Freya,
that's pretty
Soul,
big.
really
Yeah.
good idea.
Yes, Runic Shield is the anti-soul Freya item.
And I was talking to a fan yesterday. He actually brought up, why don't you think Runic Shield's built more? And he said, he brought up to the point, if they have Rada Tahuti, it reduces magical power by, I think, 78. I don't know if that's correct, but if it is, that's crazy as well.
How you doing, Aurora? You good?
Yeah.
Having a good day?
Hey, guys.
Yeah. He's working hard as Aurora today, as a Zap all weekend long. Give them the love they deserve. These guys have been awesome up here on stage. As we tune in once again with Paradigm and Enemy. Look at Paradigm looking for a bait here.
Right here. Everybody's just waiting. Ah, Trixtank showed the cards, though. Unfortunately, Enemy not going to walk into that one.
Still a good position, though, for Paradigm in the stage of the game that they're in. Overall, I like their late game potential as well. When they get to the full 5-on-5s, it's pretty strong.
Look at these left-hand side here as well. You've got two people just looking towards the Funball. And that's a dead. Funball's in some trouble. Ultimate's going to be strong. Beads do not prevent damage.
Dead again. This isn't a surprise for me because what Enemy have looked at is exactly Paradigm's playstyle. Trixtank never really comes over to the duo lane. He looks to work as a 3-man unit in mid, leaving Funballer isolated, and they're abusing it.
Going back to the Surcat pick, the analyst desk was talking a lot about it. It is super strong, and it's extremely strong against Freya. I remember talking to DJ Pernicus, that's one of my teammates, and he loves Surcat into Freya because you could alter before she goes up in the air, and if you do, she might die in the air from the poison. It looks like Sol has to retreat here.
They're going to go aggressive on him, and again, Cuvo gonna drop the cats and the bleed too. Those cats will continue to chase all the way under the tower, forcing him back. Clearing the minion wave here means that they should be able to look for the tier 1 tower on this right-hand side. Lobster, though, in mid lane, a little bit overextended, but luckily Visham is not swinging round. He's just picking up the Harpies.
Gold Fury is coming up soon. We might see a dance here for it soon. It looks like both soul laners have their teleports online right now.
Yeah, both of them are online and ready to go for the next Gold Fury attempt. Keep an eye on the wall coverage between these two teams now. It's very, very important for both of them. Surprising thing is, enemy have the gold lead still, even though that tier 1 tower on the right just fell for Paradigm.
So it looks like we got a sprint coming out of Cabrakan. That's to get away from the cats and the Osiris flows. Yeah. He gets pulled by Ares now, no matter what, because he has no CC immunity at all.
Is that the worst thing, though, if you get pulled and you're a Cabrakan?
Well, late game is Cabrakan. They have Lobster and they have Funballer on, 2 of the highest damaging magical carries for auto attackers. So if he gets pulled into both of those guys and has Bastet dots taking on him, he could die extremely fast no matter how many tank items he has.
Enemy right now, we've seen them, they're still in the lead. This is so interesting because of how well Paradigm has been playing. They've been taking objectives off of the board. They seem to have the momentum, but enemy is still sitting pretty.
Here
and
we
more
go.
importantly, Trick Tank on the left-hand side.
Perfect flop from Pain, dodging the Ares ult.
Yeah, and he just got good beads as well off from Visham. So Visham's beads on cooldown there. You can see that he's invested deeply into them though. Rank 3 beads early on. You don't see that out of Hunters unless they know they're going to be focused, and that's what Visham's has done to him.
Here's what I was about to say before Trick Tank jumped in there. Look at the player cams though on enemy. All of the momentum seems to be on Paradigm. They're going across the board, picking and picking and picking and picking. Enemy knows they're heading gold. They know that they're sitting. They know that they're sitting pretty. Nobody seems worried in the slightest.
But some of the gold lead is just coming from the Watchers to the Vanguard combo again. So you have to substitute some of the gold into tankiness that Trix is getting off it. So it's about 400 gold that they're getting from that. So they're only down about 400 gold, I would say, right now.
Once again, over on the left-hand side, enemy 4-man group in looking for potential picks here. The left-hand tower has fallen here. So Funballer has a bit more breathing room in this lane now.
This is a force.
Overextend. It is a force because they know Trixtank has already used his ultimate.
And I love this decision from enemy. Exactly what you said. They know that the ultimate from Trixtank
Can we
is
hover
off
over
the
Trix
table.
to see how long it's still? It's up. We got 28 seconds still.
So enemy needs to make this fight now. Chain's on adjust so he can't get too
he's
aggressive.
rooted out. He could be in trouble here, but it looks like he's just going to be able to walk away.
They were worried about Lobster rotating in from the mid lane there. They saw him turn up the Gold Fury reset. Blinking though from adjust. That's on cooldown now as well. He dances away. Visham's backflip down. Zalia around the back. Visham's in trouble. No beads, and I just did choose his backflip too. But Zalia's getting zoned into an awkward spot.
Zalia was surrounded. Chaos picks up one, and right away we're going to see the trade back. Chaos very low. There it is. Zalia evens things up. Stall Machine's down as well. Lobster picks up that one. Adjust is running away. He'll be fine. That's a Circuit. But Paradigm going to turn directly around and look at goal.
Only Visham in a position to do anything, but keep an eye on those weaves on the ground. They will be detonated if there's an opportunity. Gold Fury is still being done. Zalia and Trix doing a very good job of keeping Visham just at bay, and he will be out of the fight. Gold Fury to Paradigm. The whirling ball of death this game looks a little bit better.
Yeah, especially when you have Frey and Soul, two crazy magic damage carries on your team.
And the good thing is, though, Adjust is investing into attack speed reduction, which will help out against this team. You're looking for things to try and deal with these auto-attack-based mages to stop them getting out as much burst as they want. I'm surprised. What else do you expect to see? Do we expect a Witchblade or Midgardian at all to try and deal with these guys at all?
No,
I think weird one, but
I think the Runic Shield's good enough. I think they just have to kind of play around the positioning from the Soul and the Freya. And if Circuit's able to get her ult off on Freya and kill her before she goes up into the air or while she's in the air, that's going to be the key to these team fights for enemy.
One of the big things that Paradigm has been able to utilize to turn these things around is changing their target priority. We keep seeing Adjust be immediate chain target.
Look at Cabrakan's build right now. He has no magic resist at all. So if he gets pulled by Ares, he's going to get blown up.
Just done.
Ares chains are going to do a lot of damage too.
Yeah. With no beads as well. Like I said, he's got no immunity in his kit. So if he gets pulled in, Salt Machine's going to have a rough game here. And it looks like if this continues the way it's gone, Paradigm's picks and bans have worked out so well for them.
He might get chained here.
Oh, he does. Chaos in some trouble. Cuvo's right here, but here comes Adjust.
I'm back.
This is trouble. Shell's good.
Shell is good, but there's a flop, but good use of the flames there to stop knockup. Zalia now comes up. The jump is down on Pain, so they're looking for the pick. Here comes the ult, pulling him in. No beads is used. Cat still on Pain Divion, but he's tanky enough to survive. Zalia being focused. I just got a minion. I just onto the minion. It did spread enough to deal damage and force him back, but Lobster on the front side forces him out. Just gets out of danger with the barest amount of health.
Bracket's running. Look how much damage he's taking from Frey. He's already chunked down. Almost half health just from Frey and Soul. That's so much damage coming out into him. He has no magic resist items at all.
The ethereal staff has given him HP, and he's trying to rely on the HP to deal with the magic damage dealers, but it's just not enough.
Oh, Lobster, a little bit caught out of position there. Going to take a bit of poke, but has that form to escape if need be. The reason we saw Paradigm back off there, even though they were doing great damage, they had no frontline left. Zalia was already half HP. Everybody else had backed, so they had to just fall back and play it safe there. Paradigm would be happy with that, though. They need to play it right.
Very, very even game here. 22.5 on the clock, tied up at 8 across the board. 1,500 gold in the lead for Paradigm, but that's just the tier 2 tower. The way these games have been going, you know, normally we say 1,500 is the start of a lead, and you're looking at 400, 500 to call even. At this point, Hinderman, I think we can call 1,500 even.
Look at Soul's damage so much. We might get a sneak attack right here.
Oh, they're going to pick him. Oh, instant beats, instant back. Vicium's response time to that was amazing. He was barely in the air before he responded.
Oh, yeah.
Good corner camp from Paradigm, though.
But look at the player damage. Vicium's on top for enemy, and then Soul's on top for Paradigm. That one fight at Gold Fury gave Soul so much damage. Lobster's just been playing this game so well.
He didn't rotate early on. He was just farming up. He's now level 19 in this game. His build is absolutely all about burst and getting down towers, too. Just gets hit by a chain, but backs away nicely on the backside.
A little scary for Paradigm. They split up right there. If enemy went a little deep, they might have been able to capitalize, but forced to defend on their tier 2 as the pressure's being pushed in the mid lane.
Another thing, oh, we've got engagement here.
Here we go.
Gets 4 on the chain. How many will he pull? He gets 1. Salt Machine obliterated.
Now who's next to fall? Salt Machine actually, no, he's still standing for the time being here. Trickster goes down to adjust. Lobster trying to throw damage onto Vicium, who's actually focused onto Zalia there. The boys of enemy are retreating backwards. It went 1 for 1 in that engagement. Support down. I thought Salt Machine fell. It was the backers.
Oh.
Still going in though, Zalia pushing them back. They've got the damage teleport coming through from Salt Machine one more time. Going to try and force them back, being slowed on his engagement push.
Look at how much damage he took.
So much. Don't stand in the fire trail.
Vicium's having such a good game. Look at him get the root
off. Oh, caught out as Zalia.
He's trying to fill the autos. Or Ravel comes out too. Salt Machine still chasing in, looking potentially for it, but he's got no backup. He needs to be careful.
They might try to pick him here.
They could, but low on mana is
no, they're just
Fumble
gonna
there.
back off. He's fine.
Too low mana was Fumble of the fray. He had to be careful. If he used anything, that would have been the last ability he could afford.
Very, very dire situation right there. I love how just when one kill goes, the other team immediately answers.
But you saw that Trix blinked in, Ares ulted, and Lobster had no hesitation at all to fire his ult off because he knew Kabrakan was at least coming in.
Yep.
And I think he ended up pulling 2 people, and the Soul Out just demolished them, like you said.
That's what happened. There was a Kabrakan and a Bacchus right on top of each other, and then Soul said, "All right, I'll put stuff on top of that too."
Fire Giant being pulled with cats by Paradigm here. They're looking to burst this one down.
They don't notice yet.
Secret,
they
no
have
vision,
an idea.
no vision, no vision, no vision. No vision, no buff. Paradigm gets the secret fire. Fire Giant to Paradigm, and with the crowd roaring as they walk around the corner. No, but they're going to try and fight this. Trick being bursted down. Here's a big ult by Trick. And now we're going to see potential of Chaos falling down first. 2 footballer. Paintivion flops away. Zalia on the backside, shoving Vicium out of this engagement. Cubo coming from the right. Fun ball up in the sky. Pain and Salt forced out into the mid lane. Pain forced out into the fountain. Football gets a good whip to Vicium. Vicium's going to fall down as well. Paradigm going to push down mid, looking for the Phoenix, and potentially take us to game 4. This is that 1,500 we were talking about. They're going to look for the Phoenix. That'll be more gold. We were even before. We're anything but. Paradigm takes the lead by 5K and 3 kills. Will they look for the end here, or do you go and take the towers?
They don't have the wave.
No,
they don't have the wave. They can't.
Round to the right side they go. They're looking for the tier 2 tower. Adjust is alone. Blink from Trix doesn't connect though. And now they're going to take the tier 2 tower. Trix tank still needs to regen a little bit, so that's why he's not tanking up just now. Fire Giant will help him out with that. Big swing in this game for Paradigm with a fantastic call at the Fire Giant.
Absolutely huge play right there, and it was all due to the lack of vision that enemy had.
Can we go back to the player damage? Look at Lobster's player damage again. It spiked up for 7,000 just in one fight. He had another crazy soul out there
Been a lot
that
of
won
talk
them
about
the
Sol.
fight.
A lot of talk about Sol this entire tournament. Is she useful? Is she not? It appears that the EU teams, they're the ones that like to run it with an additional sort of ranged hyper carry. We've normally seen it with a Hunter, but this time we've done it with a Freya.
That's the difference that we're seeing.
One thing I want to bring up too, we haven't really seen Pain alting too much as Bacchus. Have we brought one Intoxicate up at all?
I agree.
All game?
He may have used it, but I don't remember seeing it being used that much.
Hey, look at this. Remember when Paradigm secretly took a large objective on the map without enemy knowing about it?
Well, this one's a little bit different this time round, Tom, because this is Gold Fury, and the boys of enemy have got a Phoenix down. They know their back is against the wall in this game now.
Trix is going to try to force something. He might beat here because he doesn't see anybody coming.
Well, third chain lands as well, just delaying the flop a little bit longer.
Did he beat there or no? I don't think
No, he didn't beat
Smart
it at all.
play by Pim.
Just held them nicely. And now all the boys of enemy get themselves in position to defend the tier 2. They want to defend it here by the looks of it, because Visham just backflipped there to set that weave down, potentially to delay one more wave.
Just coming around from the right side, looking to set up a flank via the jungle, but Cubo Fred sniffs it out. Jungle gonna play goalie, not gonna happen. Tier 2 tower on the left gonna fall. Paradigm still pushing down the left-hand side.
Can we see actives really quick? All their beads are still up, so Ares out will not pull anybody besides the Bracken, but they could blow him up still. He did finish his Pestilence, so he won't get blown up as fast.
Just coming from the mid, looking for a flank. Paradigm smells it, Paradigm retreats.
Just the whole idea of Circuit, that's what they need to do. Cubo going to put the pressure there now.
That might split push here. She has her cats up, and she could take the Phoenix by herself.
Cubo's been playing man-to-man the whole time, making sure it just can't get in. And Soul Machine blown up. Zelia finishes the job that Lobster started. Here comes Ares.
Pulled back in as a just beats was a little bit too late. Meanwhile, on the backside, Zelia went in deep looking for Visham, didn't find the kill. Phoenix does fall down.
Chaos is slowed.
Chaos is body blocked to death here.
Chaos
in a
is
corner. He falls
dead.
down. Jump Queen's good, but he can't take on the Mountain of Paradigm right now.
Soul Machine's dead for 35. Chaos is down for 50. All that's left is a Just, Pain, and Vicium. This is at the very least a right side
Blink,
Phoenix.
chain, doesn't connect. Escape from a Just, but Pain Divion around the side is the focus.
Look at that damage coming out of Basta.
Oh my gosh, Cubo will pick up. No, it just does get killed finally. As Pain Divion, that's a tag. Fat man down. Fat man down.
16-10 might just be the final score here, folks. Paradigm looking towards the Titan. It's at 50. It's at 40. It's at 10. It's down. Paradigm down 2 games, and they find a win. They will extend the series to a 4th.
We're going to a 4th game here. We said after game 2, Paradigm need to take each game one at a time, and it's worked out very well for them in that one.
That's exactly what they're doing here. They go back in the last game again. They went to some comfort picks this time around. One more time to take a look. Trix Tank taking a drink of water. He needs it. That game had a lot to do with Ares.
I really like their picks that game. That was definitely their best comp so far. You said you liked the picks last game. I wasn't so sure. They were all right, but this game, their picks were good.
Big difference, though, is the evolution of the tournament going on. All these teams that are still involved in a tournament are very good at adapting based off the situation presented to them in picks and bans. So what you'll see out of more than likely enemy here is they'll adjust. They'll pick a support earlier if they have to. So if we see, Athena banned again and Capri banned again, I expect them to take the Geb earlier on and not leave it to be banned out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the story that they were really given was, hey, Pain just beat us 2 games in a row. Yes, it was a whole team. Pain beat them 2 games in a row with help from enemy. And then the decision to make the bans against Pain worked out well for them. Game number 4, I expect Paradigm to go the same sort of train of thought when it comes to the picks and bans.
Adjustments from both sides, because obviously as well we saw enemy ban out solo laners, and that didn't help out Salt Machine either.
Not at all. Last thought before we go to Golden Boy.
Enemy needs to figure out something with their support here, or Paradigm might take the set.
No, come on, it's 2-1.
They got to figure out something, though. If they keep banning like this, I think
it's still an uphill battle, Tom.
We're not
for sure.
We're not going to finish this argument. Golden Boy, help us out.
All right, well, I got to say, man, what an incredible matchup we just saw between Paradigm and Enemy Esports. Swing a Red Bull for the working man, because Trix Tank and Lobster went to work. All right, boys, let's break this down, because there is a lot to talk about here. That Ares pick was awesome, and you guys had mentioned it before. Ares has to be, has to come out strong at the beginning of the game, cannot fall behind. If Ares falls behind, that is it. It is done. And this whole plan, Paradigm, will be pretty much just saying bye-bye to their opportunity of winning the Smite World Championships. Because of this, they are now forcing a Game 4 in Ataraxia because, you know, you have been in the Paradigm camp since the very beginning. I was a turncoat for a brief while. I want to ask you, what do you think about Paradigm's play in that game?
Well, just to touch back on as to why I am in Paradigm's camp, it's because Lobster, Trix, and QVO, you know, in that game, all these games, all tournament, those three are such a driving force of the team, and they are untouchable. They've been on a team for well over 2 years now. Their synergy is on point, and as we look through the highlights of this game, I am sure we're going to see so much synergy and play between them, and it's just absolutely beautiful to watch.
This is really what we wanted to see out of Paradigm. You know, everybody was really thinking that Paradigm has all these, you know, amazing players and that they should really be taking it as long as they can get past that draft stage. And so they finally had a stage where we went, wow, those are good picks and bans. Those are great target bans. You know, they're not just banning out Xingtian Bellonas. They're letting enemy get rid of those so they can pick the gods that they really want to play while simultaneously taking away the gods that enemy wants to play.
Yeah, and that's another observation to make as well, right? Because they didn't leave a lot of support options for enemy at all, which is pretty bad, right? And they focus on pain quite a bit. Do you think they do that in Game 2? And also want to talk about Circuit as well, because there was a lot of frustration on your end about getting rid of Circuit, Ataraxia, Adonis, but we'll start with you about the support bans. What do you think about how they look to approach that, especially going into Game 4?
I was a little bit worried about leaving Circuit open, and you know, we even actually saw it in that game. Circuit started making plays. Like the positives for enemy that game were put a lot of effort into shutting down Funballer's Freya very early, and you could even see that heading into the later portions of the game. Funballer was actually the bottom damage on his team almost the game. I think it was only above Payne's Bacchus maybe, and it was just constant ganks and pressure. But unfortunately for them, they just couldn't get it rolling late enough. And then there was that critical snuck Fire Giant when the game was still relatively close. And then we saw enemy try and force an engagement, and it just went poorly.
Yeah, I mean, it was the perfect Fire Giant for Paradigm because none of them took any damage. So then when enemy tried to force that fight, and they are all there, I think F-Dot touched about the fact they had no vision, and you could see that, you know, Ares went in, ulted, took all the beads, and then they just cleaned up. It was you know, it's a nice try from enemy. It's always a strong idea. Maybe they go different ways. We can get some picks and make Fire Giant mean less, but Paradigm were on the ball, they expected it, and they dealt with it perfectly.
It's huge that you mentioned, actually, that they tanked the Fire Giant very well and didn't take any damage from it because enemy didn't, you know, have the vision, so they went in thinking that perhaps Paradigm would be low. They could try to take advantage of them right after that Fire Giant, but they were all at full health with Fire Giant, which means they actually walked right into an absolutely terrible fight for themselves.
Yeah, that was a trap. You know, it's a trap. That's exactly what that was. Seriously, because as soon as that came out, you know, they were able to get that Fire Giant, and immediately you could tell that at that point, Paradigm, they were in the money. They were feeling great, and just nothing could stop them there, right? It was just, they steamrolled them at that moment. And again, I just want to get right back over to that Ares talk because I enjoyed that so much.
Yes.
I thought that, you know, Trix Tank, you know, he executed that exceptionally well, but can Lightning strike twice again going into Game 4? You had a nod there in console. I'm going to you. I'm starting with you, buddy. Do you think this is going to be the case?
Ares is one of those picks where you kind of break it out because it's crazy and, you know, maybe it catches somebody off guard. I know, in fact, though, our friend Ataraxia over here had quite a bit of success with Ares when he played in the last World Tournament, so could it work twice in a row? Yes, it definitely can. But if enemy really starts feeling like it's going to be a problem for them, I wouldn't be surprised to see him ban it out.
Yeah, it was actually in Game 3 of our set in the finals last year where, you know, we whipped out the Ares and then we took Cloud9 down and then we took the Cock Prime then. And Game 4 as well. And then it was only Game 5 where they actually ended up banning it. So will enemy... You know, this is very interesting position for both teams to be in. Are Paradigm thinking Ares is the key to success, let's keep picking it, or thinking maybe it's a niche? And then enemy on the same side, they're like, you know what, clearly we're not practiced against this, let's just get rid of it and not deal with it. Or are they thinking, you know, maybe it was just a fluke, we played bad against it?
That is interesting. Adonis?
That's the thing, too, is losing the first 2 games is always so rough, right? Enemy still has time to experiment. Paradigm, they have to play perfectly for the rest of this series. And honestly, I go back to that second game, and a very important point you noticed is that Paradigm elected to take second pick there. And then in the third game, they went back to first pick. enemy here, they're going to take first pick, and they're basically going to say, are you going to ban the Jing Bologna, or are you going to ban the Khepri Athena? Now, Paradigm have to make a tough choice if enemy go first pick, which I can almost guarantee they will, because you
No
don't
reason for
want
them not to.
You don't want to give Jing up.
Yeah, no reason not to, right? No reason not to go for that first pick there. And we saw what a difference it made for for Paradigm in Game 3, correct?
It was just pick order is so important, and I think really it was a pretty big mistake there in Game 2, giving it up.
I would still feel really uncomfortable if they let Saket through again, because even though enemy did lose, it just had a great game. I don't think he died until, if he did, it was at the very end after they'd taken Phoenixes, and he was making stuff happen, not just around the map at the start, but in team fights as well. Even though they've lost, if he can perform that well, I really feel like, just get rid of it.
So you still think that you have to ban the Saket?
At least against the Just, he didn't have a bad game on it, so there's no reason to think that they can deal with it. It was the rest of the team that disappointed at Just, in my opinion, and I think that if his team pick up the game and get the picks that they want, then the Saket is going to be devastating once again.
All right, folks. Well, I know you guys are eagerly anticipating it, so without further ado, here we go. Game number 4 in our first semi-final matchup of the day. It's going to be Paradigm and Enemy. If you're just joining us here, Enemy is up 2-1 in this series, but Paradigm has all the tools necessary to potentially force a game number 5. Will it be the case? That's only one place to find out. It's right here. Picks and bans start now. Here we go, folks. Time for this one to kick off. And man, I'm actually giddy with excitement because of how good these games have been. Best series in this tournament by a country mile.
One of the best, series I think we've ever seen in Smite. And I predicted at the start of this that if Enemy won game 1, it was going to be a 3-1. And I think Enemy are going to outdraft here and win this. I think it's going to be a 3-1.
Okay,
Enemy.
we get it. You really like Enemy. We get it. It's cute.
Hey, man, I said they were going to lose every game for like the past 3 months, and gotta.
So now you believe? Now you believe?
I believe.
Okay.
They made
you
me
didn't catch
believe.
that reference. It's okay.
I believe in the Barbayetu, the 3-2 comeback here. Absolutely.
Ban coming out there. Enemy banning Freya, saying they didn't want to deal with the Freya again, perhaps taking away from having to build that extra magical defense. Magical defense, Adam's not the strongest in the game. You usually want to lean towards that physical defense.
Bologna.
And we have the double Guardian bans coming out from Paradigm, leaving Bologna as the obvious first choice here, and that's what we're looking for Enemy.
I feel like the Soul outperformed the Freya by a long shot in the last game, which is curious as to why they would ban the Freya over the Soul. But maybe late game the Freya just really came online and threw them some fights that they couldn't win.
Really nervous about Bologna there for Enemy as well. I mean, we've seen what Enemy could do with Bologna and how much of a impact she made in game 2. But Sobek is going to get locked in as well as Soul. So what do you guys think about these first 2 picks coming out of Paradigm?
I think, the Sobek is a very good counter matchup to the Bologna. Zelia did well in the lane last time, and the Soul is Lobster. Great showing, so excited to see this. I like Payne going for the Geb. They know exactly what's happening there. Target banning him. His Bacchus has not been strong in both games we've seen it. So I think going for the Geb here is a really good draft choice.
This is definitely the Enemy perfect lineup right now. They got the Bologna, they got their defensive support, and of course they got their Zonkwe for the mid lane, which has been working very well for them. On the other side of Paradigm, we have the Sobek, which is, of course, for the counter pick to Bologna, tail whip him out of the hammer strikes. So that's great. And of course, Soul was amazing last game on Lobster. I'd be surprised if it didn't go right back to him.
These are the exact picks and bans that Enemy wanted. This is their dream once again. And the question is, how are Paradigm going to round out? I think this feels like we're going back to the same game they lost in game 2. This is the same composition.
I feel like there's more thought behind it, though. It's they are specifically going for Payne, and the Soul they've picked that up, which was really good. Sobek is that's very good against the Bologna, and Shibalanke, as Zapman pointed out before, is very good against Zonkwe because of the way the ultimate works. And then Zonkwe can't chase the entire team. Everyone splits off, and then it's very difficult for them to actually capitalize on it. So far, Enemy, you are right. They've gotten exactly what they wanted, but I think Paradigm, there we go.
Finally did it.
It is, yeah.
It's the Humbats is still
Well, they
scary.
could take that, they can take the Humbats in the 4th pick position, and then where does it just go? Because we have not seen him play any other gods.
My big problem right now with the Paradigm lineup is, once again, it doesn't look like we're going to have any peel for our carries unless Zelia peels on the Sobek, which he can, being on Sobek, but he hasn't done that yet, so he has to change his play style.
And it's going to be rough. Zelia and Trix, they are both very aggressive frontliners, and you need to switch it up. And I like the Guan Yu ban by Enemy here. I think that's something that Paradigm was looking to run back.
How good would Ares be here, do you think? I mean, the immediate downside to me is that if they run it with the Shibalanke, it would be trouble. But but then Shibalanke can only go duo, so it's, they'll lose a lot of pressure by doing that. But it does seem like it would fit well against the Zonkwe, Gavin Bologna.
I would actually love to see Bacchus. There's no
like
reason
Bacchus
not
here
to.
as well.
Combine the Shibalanke Bacchus ult. You can't stop the Drunk, which means you're going to get stunned from the Shibalanke ult. And there we're leaning towards the Bacchus. Not only is this one of Trix Tank's best Guardians, it also is a fantastic combo for the Shibalanke, and it has peel potential if he wants to do it.
This, I feel like, if we're going to go with the meta that we've seen from Enemy, this is 100% going to be Humbats Neath. Although I like Chiron over Neath, but they always just pick the Neath over Chiron.
I would love to see the Chiron here. Honestly, it worked so well for them. I don't know why they wouldn't just run back the Chiron, not to mention it's such a safe god.
Makes a lot of sense. We'll see what Enemy goes with here. And Neath, Ataraxia, you had a bit of a reaction to that.
I feel like Vedium is too stuck to this god. He had an amazing showing, to be fair to him, at Super Regionals. At Worlds, I do not think he's had the same presence, and I really wish he would go back to Chiron. Chiron was really good for him.
I almost would have rather seen Rom.
Anyone that's
Vedium
not Neath,
has
because they need a
nasty
carry.
Rom.
They need a carry, and I don't feel it's another team fight team, and I think that they need a stronger presence for the late game.
I agree.
All right, boys. Well, the God of Thunder has been locked in. Let's go ahead and make the lightning round predictions. Adonis, you.
Paradigm's draft looks much better than before, but Enemy takes this 3-1.
Enemy takes it.
Paradigm.
Let's go Paradigm. All right, folks. This is it. Do or die once again for Paradigm. Do they do it? Do they force a game number 5? Make some noise, and let's go ahead and toss it over to the casters.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy. This is exactly where we wanted to be. I don't know about the individual teams that are on the stage. I'm sure they both have some situations that they'd rather be in, but this is all Paradigm. You mentioned it before, one game at a time.
One game at a time is the big key here. I'm surprised, though, because me and Aurora were discussing picks and bans, too.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen them either take the Humbats or take the Circuit instead of the backers there and force a just onto something we've not seen him play too comfortably. Because you said yourself, his Thor, you're not so sure about.
I think his Thor's okay, but going to what F-Dot said, I think they want to be here for sure. They have a chance to make to the finals and the World Championships for Smite. That's crazy. I want to be up there, and I'm not.
It's just one of those situations where Paradigm would rather be up 2 games. You know what I'm saying? This is where we want to see these teams, and everybody's going to get ready into the game. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, your game 4 between Enemy and Paradigm semifinals here at the Smite World Championship.
So give it up if you want Enemy to win this game, North America.
That's a loud crowd out there, folks.
All right. And do you want to see Paradigm make it 2-2? That's kind of close.
That's
I think we got more Paradigm in here, I think.
That's cut right down the middle, if
That
you
was
ask
close,
me.
yeah.
Hard to tell either way. 30 seconds before everything gets underway. Enemy and Paradigm, no jokes. Before we saw grouping of 5. Now everybody's just standing. We don't want to mess around.
But I think Thor wasn't a good pick here for Paradigm because, I don't know, I don't like it too much into Zhang. We saw it in Super Regionals. We can play it into Zhang when Enemy was playing it, and he had a really bad ult into the back, and even though we're up 3 kills, it didn't really do anything.
I agree, but what I actually feel this game is we may see a difference out of Cuvo Fred this time round. He's been doing a lot of focus on the solo laner, on Salt Machine in these engagements early on. With this pick of Thor, Neef is a prime opportunity to go in and get aggressive there and shut Visham down instead.
Yeah, Zatman was saying that the other day. He says he really likes Thor into Neef. He thinks it's a really good, so I can see why they're doing it there. But with Geb and Zhang Kui, I don't know if I like this Thor as much as the Basta last game.
Exactly. When a Thor dunks down on a Zhang Kui, he's still able to do what Zhang Kui does. He hits the 4 as soon as Thor comes down, and he's still channeling while he's stunned. So.
And they also have the Geb shield, so whoever he lands on, Geb's shield will come right up and it'll stop the stun, and they'll be able to run away from the Thor.
Big talking point, though, once again, is Cuvo Fred. He's had a great tournament so far. Honestly, his name has been rung through every single game, win, lose. He's still been involved in these matchups. It's a good shout out to him. Even though Thor may not be the best pick here, I'm sure he'll make it work again.
Cuvo Fred's done it before. We'll see how it works out here. This one, you know, it's do or die here. Enemy wins this one, they go on, and that's it for Paradigm. Paradigm still have not just this one, but they also have to win a game 5.
But going back to pick and ban again, I really think the Athena ban was all right. Payne's a phenomenal Athena player, but I really think as a team, Enemy plays so well with Geb and Kepri. Those should be the 2 support bans that they should be banning out.
Yeah.
And Payne got one of them this game, and he's on Geb. Kepri's a little bit better, but Geb could just almost do the same thing.
Well, hey, we'll look at that if we get to a game 5. But for now, we've got this game on. Everyone just continuing to farm up. There's no early signs of aggression from either side here. Sobek versus Bellona. Going as you'd expect it in the early stage with Bellona. Just pushing up nicely in that lane. And the duo side of things, Neith and Geb putting the pressure on the Xbalanque backers early.
Yeah, and Soul Lane, we won't really see it till level like 7, 8, or 9. Sobek will start being able to clear the wave easily. It'll just be some farm lane unless there's a gank that comes out.
You know, I'm really interested to take a look at Adjust's Bat. He's fantastic at this god. Good enough for Paradigm to know to ban it. Game number 1 and 2, the Party Monkey was not available. Now that Paradigm switched, their ban strategy and go towards the supports to take them off the board, that's open the Hun Bats. Circuit Serket went a different way, and now we have a team fight jungler for enemy. This could pose a problem.
Really big notice there of how the pings came out on the map, just to show that Paradigm were at the back harpies on the left. Because the enemy dual lane had pushed up, they wanted to make sure they weren't going to get rotated on. That's why they backed up and relieved the pressure in that lane there, just because of the timings of that. At the same time, Cuvo is now in this area. He has the ultimate, and guess what? He's looking towards Vishim as we expected.
He hammered in here. It just looks like he's going to get the wave.
Just pick up the wave, back to mid lane he goes as Pain Beyond will hit level 5 shortly with Vishim in this lane in tow. I think it's like half a wave to go. No, been one more wave I expect. It's close anyway between the two.
Very close to it. A lot of different, this is a much different story though than the last one, where we're sitting here counting the minions to level 5, waiting for Ares to go in. This lane is a little bit more calculated.
Yeah, it's just going to be a farm lane. Bacchus has some kill potential, but Xbalanque really doesn't. So they're just going to be looking to get as many minions as they can. I don't think a lot of players are going to lose a lot of gold. It looks like they're pushing in here, but Neith just backflips. No danger at all. She'll be able to pick up the rest of the minions with her 2 and autos. And it looks like Geb's rotating mid already, so they might be looking for something. Well, possibly a blue buff invade. Yeah. Thor is in the back of the jungle, and he could ult up at any moment.
Let's find out. Here's the blue buff. Is not flashing just yet, but under the tower, it looks like it just was looking for a potential pick onto Xaylia here. Under the tower, looking to try and swing around and get a big Fear No Evil ultimate off. The teleport back in comes out from Xaylia as the blue now spawns. The pressure in that lane. There it is. But look at this. Paradigm rotating into protect as well.
Yeah, they're coming in from 2 separate sides. Xaylia from the right, already channeling in the ultimate. Just the threat of that is going to force enemy out of there. They know that everybody else is here. Lobster gets a slow on Chaos, but immediately turns around to the look at the solo lane. Salt Machine surrounded, but Paradigm not pushing it. They didn't want to come too far because of the threat.
It was some pressure there, but blinking from Pain Beyond Cataclysm. Xaylia does not have his ultimate available.
First blood.
First blood goes down, but
Thor's in the air.
It's in the air.
Where's he landing? Where's he landing?
Go mid.
Safely.
Blue buff going to get invaded now by enemy there, so good opportunity for them to capitalize. Xaylia uses ult early to try and get him off the blue buff, wait for reinforcements. Trixtank not going to be able to defend that one, has to flop away. Pain on that Cataclysm Aurora, so good.
Yeah, really good Cataclysm coming out by Pain Diviana. He's been playing so well. Look at that knock-up on Soul. She's going to get forced to use her immunity here, but she looks like she's not in any danger at all.
No, he's not panicking just yet as Lobster. He's just being very, very careful because he knows he's going to deal with Chaos in mid lane too.
It's just a Geb. It is a much different story than being caught out by an Ares in the jungle right there. So Geb really not posing much of a threat. Lobster intelligently holds his abilities and waits to meet up into the lane.
Early on, though, enemy will be very happy with how this game's gone on roll. They've not been pressured too much. Cuvo's done 1 attempt when he's gone into the air, and that was even after the fact that enemy found that first blood. Are they just going to be happy to just let this one keep wavering like this and just keep farming up and getting themselves to that mid game?
Yeah, especially more this game. Now they have the Geb, they have the Bellona as well. They also have the Neith, which Vedium's just been putting on a show with this. And then they have the signature Jean Kui that they've been playing all tournaments. So I think enemy's much happier this game with their composition. And I feel like they're fine just letting this one farm out. And right now they have the lead, so they just got to keep snowballing this.
We saw this at the beginning of the last game too, though, where enemy had a good opportunity at the start. Hang that fort, they're looking for Xaylia again. Full rotation in.
Xaylia not going to get stunned. Smart channeling of the ultimate, but it just goes ahead, takes the blink in. Salt Machine wants to be aggressive as well.
Fear No Evil
Both members are in trouble. There's the Fear No Evil overhand smash, but the tower chases off a Just.
But a Just needs to be careful now because rotations are coming in. His Cuvo up in the sky. Is he going to dunk down? No, the blink curly, but he waited and held it. Thor is jumped down here into the jungle looking for a pick, not going to find it.
Rally here comes over the top.
He's been aggressed on instead, and now it's the boys of Paradigm going to run away. Trixtank with a good belly flop, but he's now slowed down. He's got to escape. Trix intoxicates to relieve the pressure on himself. Paradigm survive, as does enemy.
Yeah, just a lot of damage for really nothing.
Crazy engagement over there for, like you said, nothing. Both teams going aggressive. I'm surprised though, it just went back and he was feeling himself then.
Yeah, that was crazy. I thought he was going to ult a lot sooner there. He waited pretty long for it. I think he didn't know if he had enough damage or not, but he ended up having to ult or he would have died to the Sobek.
I honestly think a Just was saving the ult. I think that he thought that 2-on-1 under the tower, the kill was possible without Fear No Evil. And unfortunately, for as much I gave enemy a lot of credit for not pulling the trigger on their ultimates, I think that was a misstep.
Honestly, what happened was he jumped to the monkey expecting Xaylia to jump out of his ultimate.
Exactly.
Them drop the Fear No Evil, find the kill. When he used the Fear No Evil on the disengage there, he wasn't really looking for the kill. He was trying to stay alive because he was afraid of Sobek coming in with a charge prey and picking him. Wasn't available to him anyway. And instead he turned around, tried to change it 1-for-1. great play by both teams, just the calculations between both of them.
Another interesting thing to note, it looks like Sobek's teleport's going to be coming up first, so he's going to be able to back with no problems at all and pick up some items. He's probably going to be able to pick up, can we see Golden Hand, please?
Have a look at that, 1100.
He's going to be able to pick up the first rank of breastplate. It'll help a little bit for this next blue buff fight, but we might see an invade coming up. But Paradigm spots it, and they're just going to help him take the blue buff.
Well, this is what Trixtank does, though. We mentioned it in early games where there was a lot of focus onto Funballer from enemy because they know Trixtank doesn't hang in that lane very often whatsoever. He likes to be in the mid and on the solo side, and they're actually ganking Salt Machine on the right, and he's all alone this time.
Yeah, there's 3 members, and that's
See
just
ya!
toasted. Cubo Fred gets credit for that off the assist of the solo and support.
Left-hand side enemy trying to make something happen. You saw it just swing around, look for the red buff, just to answer back in some way to that gank attempt. But Paradigm, they're on point right now, and a good answer back evens things up.
Like we were talking about last game, we didn't really see Pin Divienda hit any intoxicates, and right there, right away, we saw Trixtank get a great intoxicate off to finish off the kill.
Really good work from the boys of Paradigm. They've got, like you said, one game at a time, every single one. And this thing for hold right-hand side and invade this time from Paradigm.
Yeah, just wants to help out, but he just can't. There's 3 members one more time. And a good wall from Cubo Fred, going to make sure just in case. I just got a little excited about it.
Even the Hunters were like positioned over towards the Gold Fury area there for a second, looking at potential rotation if required. Obviously, World Weaver and the Javelonke Helm and Darkest of Nights both make an impact in these team fights. Which one do you prefer more?
I really like the Darkest of Nights. It blinds everybody on the map no matter what. World Weaver can get blocked. It stuns one target. It's better than Darkest of Nights in some situations, but usually in the late game team fights, a blind and everybody that makes them stop moving and you can't see anything is usually better than one single target stun.
And as the analyst said, the combination with Bacchus's Intoxicate there as well.
Yeah.
Oh, brutal.
Yeah, that's one of those interactions that are just, it's a lot of fun to pull off. Sometimes it's not necessary, but when you do get that kill, it's almost inevitably a kill.
And one crazy thing, too, to keep in mind is you can actually not get stunned when you're intoxicated by the Javelonke if you back or if you go the opposite direction that you're wobbling right as soon as the Javelonke ends. It's very hard to do, but if you time it right, you don't get stunned. That's one just fun fact.
So if you press back, just as that happens?
Well, no, you have to go the other way that you're not walking, because you know how you stutter back and forth.
Two left, two right.
Yeah.
Left, two right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, we'll see how that goes on, but look at this, just rotating around for Zalia this time.
Nice ult.
Nice time of Zalia with the ultimate. World Weaver was coming in too there, will connect. Not enough damage to kill Zalia. But look at this now, Paradigm might be able to position for a Gold Fury off this.
Yeah, we'll take a look as Lobster, he's going to protect the entrance at the very least. Paradigm starting the Gold Fury. Funball looking towards it. Not quite.
Cubo's up.
Instead, Cubo's going to go up in
Gab
the
has
sky, look
blinked
directly
up.
towards the mid lane. Down on top of Chaos. Bees have been used. Monkey's going to jump into the main. He'll be fine. Chaos, on the other hand,
not going to find him. They don't have the enhancer on it. Instead,
Nice
Football is in
cataclysm.
trouble. Football is going to try and get away from this, but Lobster did manage to pick up the kill on Pain to be on there. I thought Footballer would fall on the stun from Lobster escaping. Salt Machine, a little bit too late in the rotation. He's still trying, though.
got to keep chasing. Paradigm's low. Needs to catch any mistakes. That's what this rotation is about. They knew the Paradigm was safe if they played it right, but just in case, you go ahead
They
and
might be
chase
trying to
anyway.
do gold, and maybe just mids. Yeah, they're calling
Just
off
mids.
now, yeah.
Good attempt, though, from Manny to try and answer back there. Funballer, if you saw him, he went into tower range to hit the tower to get the bowler to branch off and find that pick. But it set Visham up to burst him back. Very, very good play from both teams.
That was awesome.
Love those small interactions. Again, it's about really understanding your character. We also saw Funball use the ultimate and use that range. That's one of the least thought about things when it comes to Javelonke. When you use that Javelonke Darkest of Nights, the obvious that we talked about a lot, but it also increases his basic attack range by so much.
Look at how much they're favoring the blue buff over here. Cuba Fred was there 5 seconds before the blue buff spawned. Sobex really love their blue buffs.
I think it's all about Zalia as well. Zalia wants to feel confident in these games. When he's had a good game, when he's had a good matchup, he's performed well. He's been in negative matchups, and it's not shown very well for him. Salt Machine's had a better time of it. And honestly, Bologna has been a big impact for Salt Machine in these games.
A lot of grouping towards the mid lane now. We just passed the 10-minute mark. Teams starting to think about the Gold Fury. We've seen both of these teams really look at gold and then walk away. Look at gold and then walk away. What kind of opportunity needs to open itself up before we see a big objective?
We either can see a pick or they just need to bait them into Gold Fury. Right now, like I've been saying for this entire tournament, Enemy is fine being in this spot.
Yep.
Paradigm needs to make a bigger separation than this. The games, even again, they're fine with going on later and later and later and just keep farming and farming and farming until they hit their full team fight potential.
Yeah, Enemy, they don't really have this late game composition. They can't really play this slow game. They have a Neath and a Hunbat, and on the other side there's a Soul and a Shibalanki.
I think Enemy's late game team fight's fine. The Neath and the
Zhonghui?
The Humbats are still really good. Humbats has an AoE ult, and he also has crits, so that's good. And the way Vishim's been playing this Neath in the late game, awesome disengagements, really, really good ultimates, and he's still at 80 carry. He's still going to be putting out some damage.
Look at this left-hand side, both the junglers over here. Good wall coming out from Cuvo to try and deny him.
Did he steal that?
Purple away. I'm not sure. I think
he
just
did.
get that buff. Yep. Picks it up and it's going to rotate back to his jungle again.
It's like, thank you very much.
And one thing we spoke about in Super Regionals was a matter of front line of gods. It was 3 frontliners were the ones that won the game. As you see, a little bit of a trade-off between the two there, but 3 frontliners on each side this time, because Cuvo on that Thor will play as a frontliner for the most part, and you've also got Pain Divion, Chaos, Zhonghui as a frontliner, trust me, alongside Salt Machine.
Oh yeah, Zhonghui definitely counts as the frontliner.
And then they've still got a Just in the background that can just jump in and out with Pain Divion on the gap.
Salt Machine here will check in one more time. Half HP versus the very, very healthy Zelia on his Sobek. Knocking around Bologna one more time, but she'll be all right thanks to the Scourge.
Yeah, her teleport's coming up soon as well, so she can choose to base if she wants to here. You can see Zelia trying to deny the teleport back to base on that right-hand side. As Cuvo's hanging around the area here to see the speed, but mid lane Darkest of Nights has been used as we're looking for some aggression to Pain. They're just coming in, and it forces a teleport actually from Salt Machine there as well.
I think he's fine with that. Sobek's going to get some tower damage. He might actually be able to take it, yeah.
That's why we should have teleport. But look at this Pain trying to make something happen. Blink Cataclysm on
he got
Cuvo,
the hammer, but the perfect beads.
Was perfectly timed to make sure he could jump to his hammer. And the World Weaver is down as well. Does the tower fall on the right side? It clearly does. Zelia making something happen.
Bacchus might be looking for something here.
Will he look for something in the mid lane now?
Yep, Tricks Tank coming around the right-hand side. Looking to jump over the wall. Decides better, going for a more direct approach. Waiting here. He's backing, actually. Bacchus won't be here.
Pain Divion going in with the Blink Cataclysm. That just looked like they were trying to force something here, Enemy, because they had the teleporting from Salt Machine. Salt Machine wasted teleport. They were going to lose a tower on the right-hand side anyway, but now it's allowed them to try and make something happen instead. But Paradigm are the one that come out on top.
Wards is what I'm looking at. Last game, we saw Paradigm really punish Enemy for not putting down enough wards and take away this sort of free surprise fire giant. We'll take a look at the adjustment Enemy has made. There's sentry wards, one just fell. There was 2 sentry wards on the left-hand side. You saw a little bit of vision on the right as well. So Enemy right away making that adjustment and dropping a couple of more wards.
Both teams know that the only gap that's going to be created realistically is around this Gold Fury when it finally does fall. We're starting to get to the stage of the game where the Gold Fury will start being worth a little bit more gold as time goes on.
It's interesting. Look at the Hunter's builds. Neath is going into the Ichivo, which he's been doing all tournament. Vedium likes that build.
Yep.
And we see attack speed boots coming out of Shablanke.
He did that last game too.
Yeah, attack speed boots are good on Shablanke because he has 2 steroids. He has the power in his bolas, which is his one, and he also has his passive every time he gets a kill. It looks like a fight might start, but they're just going to both back off.
I think if the front would have landed there, they would have gone for the full burst combo onto him.
Yeah.
But poking it just down a little bit will hurt. Luckily, Bumba's Mask playing effect there with the red buff, just going to be able to heal himself up a little bit, but another wall and double stop. Cuvo's on fire today. He's doing good work.
Just always on point.
Just nice.
Fred playing. Yeah, exactly. Really is, I mean, just good stuff. Thor, Cuvo Fred, always a mechanical player. Going to show off just a little bit. And like you said, poking out. That's really what it is. Not looking for the full engage, just a little bit of poke.
Now, the big key is going to be when the solo lanes start to get involved around the Gold Fury. Now, the tower's over on that right-hand side. Obviously, we know the tier 1's fallen, but now we can see Salt Machine starting to answer back in this lane once more. He should be able to put some tower pressure on as well. When the teleports come into play, that's when it'll happen.
Look at the gold. Salt Machine was able to build himself up a 400 gold lead just from the early game from Sobek getting pushed into the tower over and over again. That's pretty big, and that's what we're seeing why the gold is spread out a little bit. Paradigm still is in favor, but they should be ahead a little bit more. If Salt Machine didn't have that lead, I feel like it wouldn't be Enemy wouldn't be as good as a spy as they are right now.
Yeah, it would have been a little less detrimental for them. Paradigm, though, 2-1 in this game so far. Balanced most of the time on a knife edge. This one
could
still go either way.
Yeah, I love the way you said that. Balanced on a knife's edge, because just as well as it's balanced there, we've seen this game get sliced open very quickly in the past couple of matches.
TrixTank trying to zone them out from coming back to mid there, but with the support, is that Cuvo going to the sky? No, it wasn't. It was Lobster doing that. I thought Cuvo was going up. Azalea's made a rotation in here to support those Harpies on the right.
But did we see Zalia start with a starter item? He already sold it if he did, and he picked up a Void Stone. And the reason why is because Bacchus does so much damage with the Void Stone and also Soul. This item makes 3 people do a crazy amount. I kind of like it. It's kind of interesting at the same time, but I like it. I think it's smart. If they get into a team fight, it's going to give them a lot of power.
But I absolutely allows me to watch Painted take
Look at that poke through a Geb shield too.
Yeah. Well, that's Soul, right?
Yeah.
That's just what Soul does, the poke from range and the slow applied as well.
And the Thor double tap.
Going back to the Void Stone again, though, it gives you magical protection as well as magical reduction on the enemy team. So it allows the extra mages to do more damage.
Yep.
This is really the fun part of watching these super high-end matches, is that all of these items that aren't really traditionally purchased, we see them at this end because all of the niche, really, the situations that they're useful really make them matter when you're playing against players of this caliber.
Void Stone's purchased a lot. I feel what the niche part about it is that he sold his starter item to pick it up so early. That's the interesting part about it.
I think it's because they know the Golf Fury is going to be such an important thing. Hold that fort, right-hand side, aggression coming out onto Salt Machine, but he doesn't back away for an inch.
Not at all.
Tries to time the Eagles right to avoid the burst, but
World
just
Weaver
coming in there. Doesn't look like it's going to happen, but yeah, World Weaver was caught in mid because it was being channeled onto Zalia.
Yeah, I think it was one of these players that are finding themselves right here in the jungle, sort of by the fire giant.
By Trix's health there, looks like it just caught him on the rotation. And Funball is still in the duo lane though, continuing to farm up. Vishim's made a rotation to mid lane now. Gonna start heading back over towards this Gold Fury with his team.
Yeah, Funball is extremely happy with doing this. Shablanka does more damage than Neath in team fights, but I like how enemies' team comp synergizes with each other a little bit better than Paradigm's. I feel like Paradigm has more damage if they're able to burst down one of the backliners. I feel like they could take the game really easily, but enemies' comp is just more overall. They could kind of do whatever they want. They could have Salt Machine go in, they could have Pain go in, they could just wait for a counter initiate, they could initiate an objective. They have a lot of options. I feel like Paradigm's comp is they have a lot of damage to the frontliners or they have a lot of damage to the backliners. So I feel like it's kind of a weird mix.
Zalia right now being aggressed on by Salt Machine, but this is just more of the same. We're watching these solo laners go back and forth, really just, and what that is, it's interesting because that's just waiting for the opportunity. Eventually, a jungler is going to come. And if you keep fighting, then you don't show your cards. If you only fight when your jungler is there,
we go. We might
obvious.
get a Thor gank. Speaking about junglers,
he's hanging around the corner here looking for a big Vishim. Funballer happy to trade, but I think Vishim should smell something out. Gives it a good backflip.
We got him coming around the back.
But yeah, just with the blink in, Finna Weevil Cubo uses beats and ultimate to escape that engagement, and he will get out before Pain Divion can reach round from behind.
Yeah.
And if that was late game, if we see that again coming out of Cubo and he tries to ult up in front of him, there's a Humbots and a niche shooting. So if they get hit, they're dead.
Salt Machine finds himself in the mid lane. Making the rotation from the right side of the map. Zalia, on the other hand,
Gold Fury.
No, Gold Fury already down low. Here comes Trix. A little bit too late. Enemy get the Gold Fury. That's the first real objective of the map at 20 minutes.
Trying to answer back here immediately. Here, they're looking for Pain Divion. Get to the backside though from Chaos. They will fight Pain. Maybe no. Eagles running up for a second. Footballer gets a stack, but on the backside, they're Lobster.
They could walk Salt Machine. They did.
There it is. Salt Machine stuck in the middle, and he's in the middle of 3 Paradigm jerseys.
Just now jumps in, trying to support somersaults away. The flip comes off from Zalia, doesn't find it. Good backflip from Vishim to disengage as well. Big talking point there is the Gold Fury goes to enemy, relatively uncontested.
Yeah, I think there was a good trade of Geb for a Gold Fury. Yeah, that's pretty good.
I'd trade you for a Gold Fury, bro.
Hindu, how could you?
I'm sorry.
Mid lane tower goes down. Paradigm does what they can to stop the bleeding. 500 gold taken off, and that basically evens up the game one more time.
Hang on, we say evens up the game, but there is an experience difference here between these two teams, and it's in Paradigm's favor here.
Yep.
How is this?
He literally stopped his back. Sorry.
How is it? You're such a troll. You're like, ah. How did this experience league gather itself for Paradigm here, Raw? What is the difference? Where does it come from?
It's just how they're farming. I feel like Sobek made some weird rotations. That's how they got the experience lead on him.
Right.
I feel like Bologna did as well, but they were able to stay in the lanes longer and farm. And they've been waiting a long time at these buffs. Like again, right there, they waited 5 seconds for the blue buff to spawn.
But it's Cuvo with one of the experience advantage there. As we look at mid lane now, being pressured down by 4 members. Not many people here to defend. Trickster trying to body block a little bit of Visham's auto attacks. But round the back comes Salt Machine to zone out Fumble. Trickster still here. Zalia already priming the ultimate to go in and look for the burst damage. And Chaos gets dunked on as well. Bursted as well. Fear no evil from Adjust. And a good shield from Pain. Devio keeps Chaos healthy. Cuvo's in trouble. Very low on mana. Ghost are chasing him down. As is the monkey on his back. Now we're going to see
Solo comes over the top and finishes off Chaos.
2 members of Paradigm very, very low in the mid lane. Zelia's going to join them. Salt Machine's going to stop Trickstank in his tracks. Adjust off of the assist. Picks up a kill.
That's the overhand smash of Visha with the end hand finds it. Salt Machine looking for the blood judge, doesn't find it. Fumble. Lobster is here. He's not going to find the damage he wants, but they do defend the tier 2.
Beautiful defense coming out from Paradigm, but it's not without a price. 3 members take a spill. Lobster and Funball, the only ones that did not die. Enemy, they're going right for it. Salt Machine backs, Salt Machine teleports, Salt Machine tanks. This tier 2 tower is down.
And this is what we saw yesterday. Salt Machine runs into the tower, starts tanking it up, and gives them a shield so they can just take the towers faster and faster. We saw that last year with TSM in Worlds, and now it's Enemy instead.
Enemy in a very good spot. Now that 3,000 gold lead, they've evened up the experience difference too between the 2 sides, and they're looking over towards this right-hand side a little more now.
I like this. They're taking their time to get ward coverage as they walk back into their buffs. Right now, Paradigm has some pretty good wards up of their own,
Yeah, I like
but
those.
Enemy controls the Fire Giant wards right now.
Yeah, there's a lot of aggressive vision coming out from Paradigm, and they're just now going to go ahead and take out the objective vision as well. So Paradigm, they know where Enemy want to go, are, and will go.
And that's why they just walk straight out base, straight up to the Fire Giant, clear it up because they know Enemy have to back. They can catch somebody here.
Beads a little bit too late.
He gets a good route off though, which was important to stop the chase coming out from the rest of Paradigm there. But Beads being down for now means that they can try and look for something.
Look at how powerful Beats 3 were there. He mistimed the flop beads and he beads while he was in the air. The Thor wall came out after. If he just waited a split second longer, that would have been a kill on Vedium.
Oh yeah.
Funballer rotating to the right to help support here because it looks like Enemy, they're looking for potentially the blue buff, which is due up soon here, or catch people on the rotation through the jungle to look to defend on this solo lane.
Right now, Enemy, they've got 3 players here in the right lane by themselves, 2 in the jungle waiting to go ahead and join. They're looking for something. Vision has been dropped. We'll make a decision. Enemy right now, let's ride along with them and hear what they are thinking about making for their next move.
Again, don't fight. Wait for beats.
Yeah, wait for beats.
We can fight if they force it to.
Thor hammer? Yeah. Thor hammer? I'm ready for left mids.
When's your beats? They're good for mid. They're good for mid.
Yeah, just back up.
Back up. When's your beats?
Time on beats. Time on beats.
Let's go right. Let's go right.
To go
Wait, who are you talking
about? We should
I'll push right.
Okay,
I can hold.
Pay the gold. Connor ward gold, pay the gold. I have a ward here.
I'm gonna do purple. Yeah, I'll help you.
We're aggressive. Connor warding.
I'm going purple.
Nice. Purple now. They're gonna come into us, take the fight. It's gonna be a good fight.
I have beats. Marcus has no magic protection.
Okay, gotcha.
Alright, look at gold. Beats are up for everybody.
Push the wave.
You have teleport, right, Salt?
Yeah, I do.
Awesome. 3 in the right, yo.
Oh my god.
Go. Salt, get out.
Salt, just get out.
Go. Free go.
Don't go fire. He doesn't get out. Okay, burn.
You guys
Solo's coming.
do it.
Coming. All of them are coming.
He's dead. Yeah, he's dead. Report to Salt. Oh, you're dead. Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
That's alright.
Get gold. You have to rotate the fire now.
That's fine. I'll be
Stop.
Beautiful. They're not going
Soul fire.
Do not full commit.
All by design, 100% by design.
But look at this, it looks like they want to try and start Fire Giant did Paradigm there. They know the goal was down and they're actually looking for Visham. They're not going to find him, they'll blick away. So back to the waist.
3-man stun.
3-man cackles him into a root from Visham. But flip back in from Zalia onto Pain with football around the corner. The Geb is in trouble. But here comes Chaos to support. Pain Devion is still alive, only for a second. And Justo is chasing on the backside as a flop from Trickstab comes in.
Is Adjust chasing Lobster or is Lobster chasing Adjust? It's Lobster. Adjust takes the spill.
Look at Visham though, pushing back 3 alone there on that Neath. Really good play to keep themselves in that. The Fire Giant still stands, and it comes out on top for Enemy.
Enemy did get the Gold Fury, but Paradigm was able to pick up 3 kills. It was, I don't know, it's hard to say who really came out on top there. I feel like kills are worth a lot right now. It looks like Enemy got the better of this because Paradigm wasn't really able to get much off of this. They might get ward coverage, and that might lead into a Fire Giant later in this game. So we'll see right now if Enemy or Paradigm could take advantage of this.
It's a good gold lead though for Enemy as well here. Just over 4,000 gold rather. With that going down, the experience is still even. Even though the fight went well for Paradigm there afterwards, I still think the Gold Fury made a big impact to that. That second Gold Fury is generally the one that starts to break your team's back. But when you spread that gold out amongst the team, it's still less than 1,000 each. 26 minutes in and looking at the speed buff now. Our Paradigm looking to try and find something out here. What would you be looking for here, Aurora, if you are Paradigm? Are we looking for a potential pick here?
Yeah, pick or just, it's hard to say right now. I feel like they need to get a pick or they need to just hit the front line as hard as possible with the Xbalanque Soul combo. If they're able to do that and pick off one of their heavy tanks in either the Zhang, Bologna, or Geb, that'll be really good for them. Like they did in the right lane. They picked out Salt Machine and it led into a really, really good team fight for them.
Well, let's have a little listen to the Paradigm comms here. They're up against it. It's 2-1 in favor of Enemy.
There we go, good poke. I'm low 20.
Now look for it, look for it, look for it.
Group for a pick.
I can go back for heavily now.
Go for it.
For heavily.
Can I tip in?
I'm back. Yeah, I can.
Sweet. We'll, no, not yet.
Come.
Just look for it.
Yeah.
Give us back. No, he's not.
I'm starting. So, hey.
Go on, Bologna. Bologna back. Retreat. Chill. Help him.
I have a
All fine. Holding. Go. Go mid. I'm ulting.
I'm on chaos.
Peace out. Careful, Freddy.
Chaos, strong.
I'm dead.
I got Nathan.
That's in here. Oh, get out. Did you follow him, Fred? Yeah, Freddy,
of course.
The low.
Yeah. We're still in a good spot. It's fine.
Yeah, we can still fight them.
I'm just healing up a bit. I'm ultimate 30.
Don't let him back though. Oh.
Just wait for me, I think it's best to wait for me. Yeah.
You
gotta be with us with this build. Thought we could catch him. No. You're the only one that can go through there, except for...
Heavily up at 45. I used it a bit too early to be fair. I thought it was gonna get
full Titans.
They're all grouping again.
I'm ultimate 13.
Only one keyword. Just chill, go back. Fall back.
I'm ulting here. Ulting for peel.
Fuck, I got changed.
They're low.
I couldn't get out of that.
Get off more.
Get on salt.
Probably dead.
I got completely changed the seed.
Back in the fight as we watch Funballer fall down here. Looks like we're going to see Enemy push on, looking for the kill onto Lobster. They fall two.
There's 5 members of Enemy. There's 5 members. There's 1 member of Paradigm. And that is going to hurt a lot for the European squad.
Big thing to talk about as Phoenix falls down was the comms of Paradigm. They sounded excited. Cuvo tried to make a big play on a Just, but a good turnaround from Enemy really worked out well for them. And then the worst thing is that Lobster, one of the quietest men in the history of Europe, is the loudest person I could hear on the comms afterwards.
Yeah, Lobster right here. One of the things that Lobster has been so good for this Paradigm team as Enemy starts out the Fire Giant is he is the rock. He is the one person that keeps that keeps everything going through thick or thin. Lobster's the guy that keeps the team grounded. So it's important to have him making those statements and calls. Right now, though, doesn't look good for Lobster and his squad. Enemy sitting pretty up, almost 10 grand. Fire Giant, tower falls. Enemy's gonna back and make a look for a final push.
At first, when they pushed down mid, it looked like Enemy could almost finish the game, but then you look to the sides, both towers stand on both sides.
That's
4
true.
towers. The Titans gonna be very strong with those towers up.
Very, very true. And that's one of the reasons we didn't see the potential end there. Even though it's 30 minutes into the game and the respawns are getting there right now, but this experience in gold lead, that's not that bad right now in terms of experience because it relatively doesn't matter. But the gold is making more of an impact as time's gone on. These fights, I think Cuvo just overextended a little bit, and I think he went on a different target to everybody else in that engagement.
Yeah, that fight between Cuvo and Adjust just summed up the series. I feel like if Enemy ends up winning that, that's probably one of the biggest fights in the series, because if Cuvo came out on top, Paradigm might have had a chance to do Fire Giant there.
And the funny thing is, I believe Vishem once again was involved in that because he got the World Weaver off to just help turn it around and help out his boy in the jungle. The sign of Enemy and their strength as a whole team unit.
And another thing to look at too, Jean-Qui went into the center of 5 people and took out Xbalanque and then just walked out with his beats fine. So Chaos has been playing this Jean-Qui amazing. I feel like he's the top Zhang Kui in the world
I
right
feel
now.
like he's the only Zhang Kui. I have sat here all day yesterday. And I don't like the Zhang Kui. We saw it in Super Regionals. You buy a shell, it's over, it's done with. Chaos has performed on it, it's worked. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And the left-hand tower falls one more time.
And he's made multiple plays on it. He's made big team fight plays. The teleport play,
That's what I'm saying.
that was crazy.
That's what I'm saying. It's not just, hey, I'm Zhang Kui and I'm going to do it. He's making these plays that we don't see. We don't see these stuns happen. We don't see these heals interact the way Chaos is making it work.
Tier 2 on the right now falls down, and the boys of Enemy marching on with their fire giant that's got a little bit of time remaining still. Good amount to start sieging this Phoenix on the right-hand side.
All 5 looking
Trix
here.
misses that
Trix
flop.
Tank jumps in.
That's not
Belly
good.
flop off the mark. Intoxicate hits 4. Soars in the air. Looking for the counter engage. Lands on 2. Gets a stun. Adjusts. Turning it around with a big overhand smash.
Chaos, though, had the extra protections from his ultimate. Adjusted a back shot to the monkey and finds the kill on Cubo. He's juking out Fumble. Flop comes in, but look at Stop Machine. He can't lock
It's on the back.
Still there. And Azalea falls to North America.
with the
Enemy are going to the final.
Ladies and gentlemen, your North American dark horse Enemy has fought through thick and thin. Make it finals!
3 U teams came, 2 have now fallen. An Enemy are the ones to stand supreme. They've defeated Fnatic, they've defeated Paradigm. Who will they face in the finals?
Oh my, there are 6 people that thought that this team could do it. They are on that stage, and wherever Clerky is, they knew that this team would be able to do it. And you know what? After watching these games here at Worlds, I can't believe anybody ever questioned them.
To be fair, we all questioned them from the start. This was a rookie team that was picked up. We said 7th, 8th in the Pro League. Good luck, have fun. Don't know what you were thinking, Pain Divion. That's what the community was saying as well. Everyone thought the same way. Listen to the crowd!
All
Just
of a sudden,
Enemy.
I hear an arena chanting for Enemy. This is an enchanting game. I want to hear everything. Kelly, let's talk to Enemy.
Thank you so much, After I'm joined here by Enemy, guys. So how do you guys feel about him? You know what? Since the Super Regionals, since the splits, people have been doubting you guys, but I don't think anyone here is doubting you anymore. How do you feel about your players, Pain?
I have no voice anymore. I actually yell too much in the game, so I can't say. Good job, boys. You're the best. I love you all. You carry me to Worlds. Now you're giving me money for pressing 4 on Capri. I love it. Thank you. You're the best.
Now, I know some of you probably weren't here earlier, and some of you might not know, but it's actually Vishium's birthday. So, can we get a happy birthday on the count of 3? 1, 2, 3. How are you feeling, man? I'm gonna move right over here.
I'm feeling great. This is the best 16th birthday present I could have ever gotten.
Wait, 16? Yeah. It's cool, a 16-year-old about to win a few $100,000. How does that feel?
Feels great. I don't know how else to describe it.
Well, congratulations, you guys, and good luck going up against the finals tomorrow. Guys, let's go back to the analysts.
Wow. What a game we just witnessed there, folks. Enemy are going to the finals. Welcome back to the Alienware Analyst Desk. Lots of stuff to break down here. You know, the streak is over. My streak of calling things right has come to an end. But you know what, though? I'm not, yeah, I know, right? You're the 1 and 3 and 1. I think, you know, I would just say this. For Enemy, a lot of people sold them out. They, you know, sold them off. They were just like, hey, they're not going to do this. Paradigm, #1 team out of Europe, too good. And for a moment there, it looked like Paradigm were in full control. Ataraxia, I want to go over to you because this one definitely stings the nostrils, I would say. What do you think about it?
Feels bad, man. That kind of sums it up, you know. But we still have Epsilon, right? Adapting and the rest of the boys. Easy. Cloud9's going down. EU to win Worlds. Still calling it.
It's still gone.
No, but seriously, well played, though, too.
Talk about the wrap-up to that game, Adonis. Obviously, very intense moment there for Enemy as they were just looking to clear everyone out. What exactly happened in that situation?
I mean, it's just Enemy executing their comp perfectly, and once again, the failure of Paradigm players to learn how to adapt to team fighting against North Americans, you know? That's why Circuit worked so well for them. That's why, you know, the Ton Bats is working so well for them. Just the assassins and junglers and frontliners are just able to dive their back line, and there's no protection for their carries. And, you know, once again, Lobster, phenomenal performance on Soul. 2 games in a row. He carried last game, and he potentially could have carried this game, but he got no help, and he just kept getting dove. And they're just like, you know, Trix, they're like, I just want to go kill stuff, and, you know, they failed to adapt.
Yeah, and I think we found out why they were banning the Hun Bats earlier. They definitely knew from scrims how effective a Justice Hun Bats was going to be. Absolutely incredible play coming out from him. At the same time, nothing taken away from Lobster. Lobster played so well, but the rest of his team just couldn't get anything together.
Yeah,
I think for me, Just is really, he's made a big name for himself this entire tournament, and I think anyone going forward, you know, regardless
he's made an adjustment to how people think about him now?
I would say so. Ignoring the awful pun, I would say that he has, and Just is a player to watch out for, a player to fear. He's been doing amazing work, and he's shown that it's not just the cat, you know, it's him.
Also, not to mention, did anybody think that Salt Machine was going to consistently beat Xaylia? I mean, consistently
Every
in lane.
single game.
Every game.
Every game. He was beating Xaylia, who everybody came in. I mean, he had so many cheers coming for him. They thought it was going to be easy for Xaylia to take this lane away from Salt Machine, that was going to be the weak lane, and he consistently shown that he was the better player.
And they even ran the same matchup back. They did Osiris versus Kabrakan, and then they swapped it around, and Salt Machine got the good end of both matchups. So, I mean, you know, you just have to give him props that he just played better than Xaylia today by a mile.
Okay, I want to ask you guys something real quick. Heading into this tournament, who would you say individually was the best player on Enemy? Real quick.
I would have probably said Pain.
And then would you say Vedium number 2?
Yeah.
Who's been the one we've said the least this tournament?
Chaos.
No,
Vedium.
Sorry. I was going for Vedium. No,
yeah, you just messed up your whole plan.
All right.
I agree.
I was like
Good
America
try.
1.
Yeah.
No, but honestly, I feel like we haven't really seen Vedium do anything, you know, exceedingly crazy. He's been fantastic. He's had hit a lot of nice stun weaves, but outside of that, it's really been the Salt Machine and Pain showing up consistently, and Adjust as well. Like, those 3 members have been so phenomenal, not just playing at the, which one are we going to see level, but world-class levels. And Pain's beyond, Geb Shields and Kepriolt's perfect timing. Their land play is undeniably some of the best we've seen improvement-wise over online, right? They're kind of like last year's SK or Fnatic, where online couldn't do anything. They're just like middle of the road, bottom of the road, and then come to LAN, they are just destroying everyone.
It's that their team fights and their comps, they are playing, you know, they're picking perfectly, and you say it over and over, they are, and because it's true, you know, they pick these comps, and then they execute them perfectly every single time. It's like a, you know, they see an event and then they respond correctly, and then the team fight unfolds always in their favor.
Yeah, for the most part, I mean, we predicted how the games are going to turn out individually throughout the entirety of the series from the picks and bans. We could see exactly what's going to turn out. The one game the Paradigm had the better draft, everybody's like, oh yeah, this is the Paradigm game. They have the better draft here. So Paradigm needs to go back to the drawing board for next season, make sure that they have those drafts figured out, because Enemy is the best drafter in the entire world right now.
Well, but even then, though, I think more so it's, yeah, I mean, yes, the drafts do make sense, and that is one portion of the game. But as I, you know, jokingly referenced to yesterday, I mean, it's still a video game after all. You still need to actually play the game. And the one thing that Paradigm does, you know, I would say not so well, is being able to work together and team fight their opponent. And that has happened. We saw that break down every time. And then speaking of breaking down, when you jumped into the comms for that listening,
oh, that was bad.
It sounded like someone killed their cat. And it's like, well, you know what, man, your cat's still alive. It's still in this, you know, like, believe. And it just, I don't know. I mean, like, that actually really did catch me off guard. I was expecting more hype out of a team that had their backs against the wall, knew that this was their last opportunity to make it to the finals, and yet it just sounded depressing.
It was so bad, especially, you know, even F-Dot mentioned it, you know, Lobster, or Hindu did, you know, Lobster typically a little bit laid back, but he was the loudest one in the communications, right? In that, the crucial turning point around that Fire Giant, the mid-camp area kind of, more towards Paradigm, near their Tier 1 or Tier 2 tower, I believe it was Xaylia who started getting picked off by Lobster. He had caught them, and then all that we heard was, Lobster said, I'm ulting. No one else said a word. No one was saying a word. And even before that, when Cubo Fred lost the 1v1 against Adjust, people actually started arguing. I don't remember who it was. Someone calmed them down immediately, but immediately was like, what were you doing? Why were you doing this? And they started, back and forth for a couple seconds. They calmed down, but that's just clearly a team that mentally wasn't there. Their communication wasn't there. And I think that's why we saw the bad team fights, because they weren't communicating effectively.
Yeah, and then that is unfortunate without a doubt. But for Enemy, it is good times through and through. As you can see right there, our first finalist here, Enemy moves forward past Paradigm in what was one of the craziest matches of this entire competition here. And coming up next, it is going to be the semifinal that everyone in here has been eagerly anticipating. Cloud9 versus Epsilon Esports will be your second semifinal match of the day. But before we actually jump into this game here, folks, I know everyone is super excited about it. We do want to say that Hi-Rez has been doing a phenomenal job throughout the year of supporting charity initiatives, right? They've been, a lot. And I think this is going to be a good opportunity to take a look and recap some of those charities that Hi-Rez did.
Hey everyone, I'm Gary Mahelli from the Hi-Rez Studios PR department, and awesome year it has been for charity. So if you remember, earlier this year we had the Spring Fling charity event where we had some SVL teams from North America and Europe join us here in the Hi-Rez office. There was some pie in the face, there was some cat food that got eaten, and Hitman barfed. It was wonderful. Thank you guys so much. But you were able to raise over $17,000 for the American Cancer Society. Later in the year, we also had the Nepal Relief Chest. If you guys remember that, there was the earthquake that displaced people, and the chest went to help Red Cross in their efforts to help everyone in and around Nepal. You guys raised $200,000 for that across PC and Xbox, which is absolutely amazing. Later in the year, we also had the second annual Esports Summerland, where you guys raised another $2,600 for Red Cross. Now, the 2015 holiday chess promotion going on in-game. We've worked with Child's Play charity a couple times in the past to raise money for children's hospitals across the world. And this time around, you guys have raised already $170,000, all before Christmas. So we just want to say thank you to everyone in the Smite community for helping us give to these awesome events throughout the year. We can't thank you guys enough, and it is an honor and a privilege to be part of a community that gives back so much. Thank you again, and we're looking forward to next year, 2016. Take care, guys.
Thank you guys so much. If you guys have seen Hi-Rez's streams before, you guys are probably aware that we love to be a part of charities. And last year we became we partnered up with Child's Play during the Child's Play Chest. And it is my privilege to show you guys all that we have raised $244,000 to Child's Play. Child's Play is an organization with a network of over 100 hospitals that seeks to improve the lives of kids by bringing toys and video games to those who need it most. Kristen, is there anything you'd like to add?
I just wanted to thank the Smite community so much. This is absolutely incredible. This is a perfect example of how we can share our love of video games and have fun and also raise money for a fantastic cause. Child's Play, we really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Smite community and Hi-Rez Studios, for making this possible. This is absolutely incredible.
Stu, as the president of the company, I'm sure it's great to be able to bring a game to so many people, but also to be able to be a part of a charity. Hat us off as well.
Okay. First of all, this is all about you guys, Smite community. You guys did this, not us. So give yourselves a really big hand. Raise your dongers for that one. And, every child deserves to play. This is deserves a chance to play. This is a charity we've worked with several times in the past. They're fantastic. I encourage everyone to continue to support them in the various ways that you can. And thank you again, Smite fans, and we'll be right back after a break.
Favorite memory is Game 5 of Worlds against Titan when we got the Fire Giant stealth dashed over the wall and he hit the 3-man route into the silo ult and we just destroyed Titan.
我表现最好的一场比赛应该是在16进8我们对战EC蓝队的那一场，我的克罗诺斯抓住对面一波失误，然后最后翻盘。
One of my favorite memories as a Smite Pro player would be probably PAX Prime. That was my first LAN event. We got second place. It was with Denial Esports. I was playing with Mesa DeFace, Jeff Inla, Pon, and I think Rush back at the time. And that team was like an amazing team. All the players were great, both players and as persons. So yeah, it was a blast. I loved it.
我个人觉得我表现的最好一场是和 QG 决赛的最后一场。
Oh, I definitely have a favorite memory. Back it was about 2 years ago, I think, the launch tournament. It was my birthday, and obviously we won the tournament, which was probably the biggest moment, and nothing will probably not top that.
Creo que había una competición que yo no estaba jugando muy bien y si nosotros no ganásemos los partidos del torneo, yo no tenía más equipo porque ellos irían me sacar. Entonces, como para mí fue ganar o ganar, porque si yo había perdido, yo no estaría acá, yo no estaría cerca de viajar para el Mundial, representando Brasil y también Latinoamérica.
Must have been when we won the kickoff LAN, like when the Pro League started in Germany, because we came in as last seed, and this first LAN I've ever been to. We didn't think that much of us back then, because then again we almost didn't make it there, and then we came there and we won the whole thing, so that was really good.
我觉得我这个赛季每一场表现都比较一般吧。如果要说的话，可能是之前对 OMG 那场败者组第一局吧，我的人头比较多，然后死的也比较少 ，KD 比较高。
Favorite memory? There was one time we were about to win the game, and I went to their fountain and I bought a rod of Tahuti, and I heard Bart go on the thing. He goes, "Man, what a play!" You know, even though the game ended literally 2 seconds later.
我觉得我这个赛季表现最好的是4强里面的第1把吧。对面疯狂针对我，20分钟一个蓝 buff 都没拿到，还是顶住压力开瑞了吧。
My favorite memory as a Smite Pro player is really the first time I've been casted. It was in a Challenger Cup, like Amateur Cup. And so it's not really a big game, but I got casted by DM Brandon, and I was playing already solo at that time. I used to be a mid lane player, but I played draw and I hit a triple snipe. And DM Brandon was really hyping the play up, and it was just a good feeling seeing it on stream, seeing everything. It was amazing.
Probably like the last few days. Just, you know, when we were playing online, it was cool. Like, I guess we're professional Smite players, but it's only like the last few days it sort of like hit me that, like, you know, this is a real thing, and it's been quite exciting.
I just got my groceries delivered from Imperfect Foods, and I cannot wait to show you guys what I got. I got to get produce like apples, mushrooms, oranges, and they're all beautiful. I also got to get so many snacks. They had literally snacks I've never seen before. Garlic and basil pretzels, chocolate coconut bars,